Yes, and we also have an offer from Blinkist and Go1 that goes beyond personal learning. Blinkist has handpicked a collection of books related to the themes of this episode. So tech innovation, leadership, the dynamics of acquisitions. These books offer the mental models to adapt to a rapidly changing technology environment.
And just like all other episodes, Blinkist is giving acquired listeners an exclusive 50% discount on all premium content. This gives you key insights from thousands of books at your fingertips, all condensed into easy-to-digest summaries. And if you're a founder, a team lead, or an L&D manager, Blinkist also includes curated reading lists and progress tracking features, all overseen by a dedicated customer success manager to help your team flourish as you grow.
Yes. So to claim the whole free collection, unlock the 50% discount, and explore Blinkist's enterprise solution, simply visit Blinkist.com/Jensen and use the promo code Jensen. Blinkist and their parent company, Go1, are truly awesome resources for your company and your teams as they develop from small startup to enterprise. Our thanks to them, and seriously, this offer is pretty awesome. Go take them up on it. We have a few.
Okay, let me see. Okay, told the amount you get when several similar, but the amount you get when several similar amounts are added together at that time of day card. At that time of day, cards will only occupants are counted only occupant only someone with building someone with building occupant, a person who lives or works in a room or building. The previous occupant were an Italian family. A person who is in a car room said. A person who lives or works in a room or building. The previous occupant at that time cars with only one occupant or mount are counted for most percent of the total. Okay. And that are cars with only one occupant for most that is occupant account only one person. Or count bank arrangement with the bank. Only one occupant are accounted for almost 80% of the total. A total of 21 horses. A total of 21 horses were entered in the race. A total of 21 horses were entered in the race. We made 1,000.14到15了，8到11，16号，15到21。At that time, the cars with only one occupant are counted for most. We made 1,000 in total over 3 days of trading. More examples. This school bazaar, market, summer market for sale or buying. The school bazaar raised a total of 550. The school bazaar raised a total of 520. The trip cast a total of 2050. The trip cast a total of 2050. Increase insurance included. The trip cast a total of 2050. Insurance included. The trip cost a total of 250. Insurance included. The trip cost a total of. Let me see. The trip of total 2012. The trip. It's going on. If I start going. 我觉得也是个问题。也是个短期赛手吧。I know this. I know this mean.
Lightning round questions we want to ask you, and then we have a very fun.
I can't think that fast.
We'll
We'll
open with an easy one based on all these conference rooms we see named around here. Favorite sci-fi book?
I've never read a sci-fi book before.
No, oh, come on.
Yeah.
What's with the obsession with Star Trek and
I watched the TV show.
Okay. Favorite sci-fi TV series?
Star Trek's my favorite. Yeah, Star Trek's my favorite.
I saw V'ger out there on the way in. It's a good conference room name.
V'ger's an excellent one.
Yeah.
What car is your daily driver these days? And related question: Do you still have the Supra?
Oh, this is one of my favorite cars, and also favorite memories. You guys might not know this, but Lori and I got engaged Christmas one year, and we drove back in my brand new Supra, and we totaled it. We were this close to the end.
Thank God you didn't.
But nonetheless, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't the Supra's fault. But it's a remark. I love
The
that
one
car.
time when it wasn't the Supra's fault.
Yeah, I love that car. I'm driven these days for security reasons and others, but I'm driven in the Mercedes EQS. It's a great car.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, great car.
Nice.
Yeah.
Using NVIDIA technology?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, we're in the we're the central computer. Yeah.
Sweet. I know we already talked a little bit about business books, but one or two favorites that you've taken something from.
Clay Christensen, I think, has the series is the best. I mean, there's just no two ways about it, and the reason for that is because it's so intuitive and so sensible. It's approachable. But I read a whole bunch of them, and I read just about all of them. I really enjoyed Andy Grover's books. They're all really good.
Awesome. Favorite characteristic of Don Valentine?
Grumpy but endearing. And what he said to me the last time as he decided to invest in our company, he says, if you lose my money, I'll kill you.
Of course he did.
Okay. The chip cast a total of 250. Insurance included. Insurance. The chip cast a total of 20. Chip cast a total of 2050. Insurance included. The chip cast a total of 250. The chip cast a total of 250. Insurance included. Bazaar. 我觉得有时候是换个路径就可以了，你不知道。Number 50. The chip cost. The chip cost. Not this. No. What is this?就一个没有。好像我以前做过。
And then, over the course of the decades, the years that followed, when something is nice written about us in Mercury News, it seems like he wrote it in a crayon. He'll say, "Good job, Don." Just right over the newspaper, just "Good job, Don," and he mails it to me. And I hope I've kept them, but anyways, you could tell he's a real sweetheart, but he cares about the companies.
I
He's
bet.
a special character.
Yeah, he's incredible.
What is something that you believe today that 40-year-old Jensen would have pushed back on and said, no, I disagree?
There's plenty of time. Yeah, there's plenty of time. If you prioritize yourself properly and you make sure that you don't let Outlook be the controller of your time, there's plenty of time.
Plenty of time in the day, plenty of time
do anything.
to achieve things.
Yeah,
like
to do anything. Just don't do everything. Prioritize your life. Make sacrifices. Don't let Outlook control what you do every day. Notice I was late to our meeting. And the reason for that, by the time I looked up, oh my gosh.
难道还有其
You
他
know,
的
Ben
状
and Dave are
况？
waiting. You know, it's already.
We got
right?
time.
No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And so,
Didn't stop this from being a great job.
no, but you have to prioritize your time really carefully. And don't let Outlook
没有。
determine that.
Love that. What are you afraid of, if anything?
I'm afraid of the same things today that I was in the very beginning of this company, which is letting the employees down. You have a lot of people who joined your company because they believe in your hopes and dreams, and they've adopted it as their hopes and dreams, and you want to be right for them. You want to be successful for them. You want them to be able to build a great life as well as help you build a great company and be able to build a great career. You want them to have to enjoy all of that. And these days, I want them to be able to enjoy the things I've had the benefit of enjoying and all the great success I've enjoyed. I want them to be able to enjoy all of that. And so I think the greatest fear is that you let them down.
What point did you realize that you weren't going to have another job? That like this was it?
I don't change jobs. You know, if it wasn't because of Chris and Curtis
没有
convincing me
了
to do
靠
NVIDIA, I would still be at LSI Logic today. I'm certain of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I'm certain of it. I would keep doing what I'm doing. And at the time that I was there, I was completely dedicated and focused on helping LSI Logic be the best company it could be. And I was LSI Logic's best ambassador. I've got great friends that to this day that I've known from LSI Logic. It's a company I loved then, I love dearly today. I know exactly why I went, the revolutionary impact it had on chip design and system design and computer design. In my estimation, one of the most important companies that ever came to Silicon Valley and changed everything about how computers were made. It put me in the epicenter of some of the most important events in computer industry. It led me to meeting Chris and Curtis and Andy Bechtolsheim and John Rubinstein and some of the most important people in the world, and Frank that I was with the other day, and just the list goes on. And so
没有做过。
LSI Logic was really important to me, and I would still be there. I would, who knows what LSI Logic would have become if I were still there, right? And so that's kind of how my mind works.
听说最
Powering
早
the AI of the world.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I might be doing the same thing I'm doing
I got the
today.
sense from
Yeah.
remembering back to part one of our series on NVIDIA.
But until I'm fired, this is my last job. This is
I
it.
love it.
Yeah.
I got the sense that LSI Logic might have also changed your perspective and philosophy about computing too. The sense we got from the research was that when right out of school, and when you first went to AMD first, right?
Yeah.
You believed that, like, kind of a version of was it the Jerry Sanders Real Men Have Fabs? Like, you need to do the whole stack. Like, you got to do everything. And that LSI Logic changed you.
What LSI Logic did was realized that you can express
experience。
transistors and logical
没有
gates
没有
and
就说
chip functionality in high-level languages. That by raising the level of abstraction in what is now called high-level design, it was coined by Harvey Jones, who's on NVIDIA's board, and I met him way back in the early days of Synopsys. But during that time, there was this belief that you can express chip design in high-level languages. And by doing so, you could take advantage of optimizing compilers and optimization logic and tools, and be a lot more productive. That logic was so sensible to me, and I was 21 years old at the time, and I wanted to pursue that vision. Frankly, that idea happened in machine learning. It happened in software programming, and I want to see it happen in digital biology. so that we can think about biology in a much higher level language. Probably a large language model would be the way to make it representable. That transition was so revolutionary. I thought that was the best thing that ever happened to the industry, and I was really happy to be part of it. And I was at ground zero, and so I saw one industry change, revolutionize another industry, and if not for LSI Logic doing the work that it did, Synopsys shortly after, then why would the computer industry be where it is today? Yeah, it's really, really terrific. I was at the right place at the right time to see all that.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
And it sounded like the CEO of LSI Logic put a good word in for you with Don Valentine, too.
I didn't know how to write a business plan.
真的没有。
Which it turns out is not actually important.
No. It turns out that making a financial forecast that nobody knows is going to be right or wrong turns out not to be that important. But the important things that a business plan probably could have teased out. I think that the art of writing a business plan ought to be much, much shorter, and it forces you to condense, what is the true problem you're trying to solve? What is the unmet need that you believe will emerge? And what is it that you're going to do that is sufficiently hard that when everybody else finds out it's a good idea, they're not going to swarm it and make you obsolete. And so it has to be sufficiently hard to do. There are a whole bunch of other skills that are involved in just product and positioning and pricing and go to market and all that kind of stuff, but those are skills and you can learn those things easily. The stuff that is really, really hard is the essence of what I described. I did that okay, but I had no idea how to write the business plan, and I was fortunate that Wolf Corrigan was so pleased with me and the work that I did when I was at LSI Logic. He called up Don Valentine and told Don, invest in this kid, and he's going to come your way, so I was, I was set up for success from that moment, and got us on the ground.
我真的没有用过它。
I think Sequoia did okay. I think we probably are one of the best investments they've ever made.
Have they held through today?
The VC partner is still on the board, Mark Stevens.
Yeah, Mark,
Yeah. All these years, the two founding VCs are still on the board.
Sutter Hill and Sequoia?
Yeah, Ted Cox and Mark Stevens. I don't think that ever happens.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We are singular in that circumstance, I believe. They've added value this whole time, been inspiring this whole time, gave great wisdom and great support. But they also were so entertained. But they've been entertained, by the company, inspired by the company, and enriched by the company, and so they stayed with it. And I'm really grateful.
Well, in that vein, our final question for you. It's 2023, 30 years anniversary of the founding of NVIDIA. If you were magically 30 years old again today, in 2023, and you were going to Denny's with your two best friends who are the two smartest people you know, and you're talking about starting a company, what are you talking about starting?
I wouldn't do it. I know. And the reason for that is really quite simple. Ignoring the company that we would start. First of all, I'm not exactly sure. The reason why I wouldn't do it, and it goes back to why it's so hard, is building a company and building a video turned out to have been a million times harder than I expected it to be. Any of us expected it to be. And at that time, if we realized the pain and suffering and just how vulnerable you're going to feel, and the challenges that you're going to endure, the embarrassment and the shame, and the list of all the things that go wrong, I don't think anybody would start a company. Nobody in their right mind would do it. And I think that's kind of the superpower of an entrepreneur. They don't know how hard it is. And they only ask themselves, how hard can it be? And to this day, I trick my brain into thinking, how hard can it be? Because you have to.
Still, when you wake up in the morning.
Yeah, how hard can it be? Everything that we're doing, how hard can it be? Omniverse, how hard can it be? It
I don't
turns
get
out
the sense, though, that you're planning to retire anytime soon,
No,
like, you're still
I'm still young. I'm still young.
You could choose to say, like, whoa, this is too hard.
The trick is still working.
The trick is still working.
No, I'm still enjoying myself immensely, and I'm adding a little bit of value. But that's really the trick of an entrepreneur. You have to get yourself to believe that it's not that hard. because it's way harder than you think. And so if I go taking all of my knowledge now and I go back and I said, I'm going to endure that whole journey again, I think it's too much. It is just too much.
Do you have any suggestions on any kind of support system or a way to get through the emotional trauma that comes with building something like this?
Family and friends and all the colleagues we have here. I'm surrounded by people who've been here for 30 years. Right? Chris has been here for 30 years, and Jeff Fisher's been here 30 years. Dwight's been here 30 years, and Jonah and Brian have been here, 25 some years, and probably longer than that. And Joe Greco's been here 30 years. I'm surrounded by these people that never one time gave up, and they never one time gave up on me. And that's the entire ball of wax, and to be able to go home and have your family be fully committed to everything that you're trying to do, and thick or thin, they're proud of you and proud of the company, and you kind of need that. You need the unwavering support of people around you. Jim Gaithers and the Tench Coxes and Mark Stevens and Harvey Jones and all the early people of our company, the Bill Millers. They not one time gave up on the company and us, and you kind of need that. Not kind of need that. You need that, and I'm pretty sure that almost every successful company and entrepreneurs that have gone through some difficult challenges, they had that support system around them.
I can only imagine how meaningful that. I mean, I know how meaningful that is in any company, but for you, given that the NVIDIA journey is particularly simplified on these dimensions, right? And
not normal.
You went through two, if not three,
Near-death
80% plus drawdowns in the public markets.
Yeah.
And to have investors who've stuck with you from day one through that must be just so much support.
Yeah, it is incredible. And you hate that any of that stuff happened, and most of it, most of it is out of your control. But 80% fall, it's an extraordinary thing, no matter how you look at it. And I forget exactly, but I mean, we traded down at about a couple of $2-3 billion in market value for a while because of the decision we made and going into CUDA and all that work. And your belief system has to be really, really strong. You have to really, really believe it and really, really want it. Otherwise, it's just too much to endure. I mean, because, everybody's questioning you, and employees aren't questioning you, but employees have questions.
Right.
People outside are questioning you. And it's a little embarrassing. It's like, when your stock price gets hit, it's embarrassing no matter how you think about it. And it's hard to explain, And so there's no good answers to any of that stuff. The CEOs are human, and companies are built of humans, and these challenges are hard to endure.
Ben had an appropriate comment on our most recent episode on y'all where we were talking about, the current situation in NVIDIA. I think you said for any other company, this would be a precarious spot to be in. But for NVIDIA,
This is kind of old hat.
Yeah.
You guys are familiar with these large swings in amplitude.
Yeah. The thing that to keep in mind is at all times, what is the market opportunity that you're engaging, and that informs your size. I was told a long time ago that NVIDIA can never be larger than $1 billion. Obviously, it's an underestimation, under imagination of the size of the opportunity.
Yep.
It is the case that no chip company can ever be so big, and so. But if you're not a chip company, then why does that apply to you?
Yep.
And this is the extraordinary thing about technology right now, is that technology is a tool, and it's only so large. What's unique about our current circumstance today is that we're in the manufacturing of intelligence. We're in the manufacturing of work world. That's AI. And the world of tasks, doing work, productive, generative AI work, generative intelligent work, that market size is enormous. It's measured in trillions. One way to think about that is if you build a chip for a car, how many cars are there and how many chips would they consume? That's one way to think about that. However, if you build a system that whenever needed assisted in the driving of the car, what's the value of a autonomous chauffeur every now and then? And so now the market, obviously the problem becomes much larger, the opportunity becomes larger. What would it be like if we were to magically conjure up a chauffeur for everybody who has a car? And how big is that market? And obviously that's a much larger market. And so the technology industry is at where what we've discovered, what NVIDIA has discovered, and what some of them discovered, is that by separating ourselves from being a chip company, but building on top of a chip, and you're now an AI company, the market opportunity has grown by probably 1,000 times. Don't be surprised if technology companies become much larger in the future because what you produce is something very different, and that's the kind of the way to think about how large can your opportunity, how large can you be. It has everything to do with the size of the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Jensen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woo, David, that was awesome.
So fun.
I will say, David, I would love to have NVIDIA's full production team every episode. It was nice not having to worry about turning the cameras on and off and making sure that nothing bad happened to myself while we were recording this.
Yeah, just the gear. I mean, the drives that came out of the camera.
All right, red cameras for the home studio starting next episode.
Yeah, great.
All right, let's do it.
Who got the truth? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Who got the truth now? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Sit me down, say it straight. Another story on the way. Who got the truth?
Welcome to this episode of Acquired, the podcast about great technology companies and the stories and playbooks behind them. I'm Ben Gilbert.
I'm David Rosenthal.
And we are your hosts. Listeners, just so we don't bury the lead, this episode was insanely cool for David and I.
Yeah.
After researching NVIDIA for something like 500 hours over the last 2 years, we flew down to NVIDIA headquarters to sit down with Jensen himself. And Jensen, of course, is the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, the company powering this whole AI explosion. At the time of recording, NVIDIA is worth $1.1 trillion and is the 6th most valuable company in the entire world. And right now is a crucible moment for the company. Expectations are set high. I mean, sky high. They have about the most impressive strategic position and lead against their competitors of any company that we've ever studied. But here's the question that everyone is wondering. Will NVIDIA's insane prosperity continue for years to come? Is AI going to be the next trillion-dollar technology wave? How sure are we of that? And if so, can NVIDIA actually maintain their ridiculous dominance as this market comes to take shape? So Jensen takes us down memory lane with stories of how they went from graphics to the data center to AI, how they survived multiple near-death experiences. He also has plenty of advice for founders, and he shared an emotional side to the founder journey toward the end of the episode.
Yeah, I got new perspective on the company and on him as a founder and a leader just from doing this, despite, we thought we knew everything before we came in advance, and it turned out we didn't.
Turns out the protagonist actually knows more.
Yes.
All right, well, listeners, join the Slack. There is incredible discussion of everything about this company, AI, the whole ecosystem, and a bunch of other episodes that we've done recently going on in there right now. So that is acquired.fm/Slack. We would love to see you. And without further ado, this show is not investment advice. David and I may have investments in the companies we discuss, and this show is for informational and entertainment purposes only. On to Jensen. So Jensen, this is Acquired, so we want to start with story time. So we want to wind the clock all the way back to, I believe it was 1997. You're getting ready to ship the Riva 128, which is one of the largest graphics chips ever created in the history of computing. It is the first fully 3D accelerated graphics pipeline for a computer.
Yeah.
And you guys have
And
about
you're running out of
6
money.
months of cash left. And so you decide to do the entire testing in simulation rather than ever receiving a physical prototype. You commission the production run sight unseen with the rest of the company's money.
Yeah.
So you're betting it all right here on the Riva 128.
Yeah.
It comes back, and of the 32 DirectX blend modes, it supports 8 of them. And you have to convince the market to buy it, and you got to convince developers
not to use anything but those 8 blend modes. Walk us through what that
The other
felt
24
like.
weren't that important.
Okay, so wait. First, was that the plan all along? Like, when did you realize that
We
only
should
8 were
have.
going to work?
I realized I didn't learn about it until it was too late. We should have implemented all 32. Yeah, we built what we built, and so we had to make the best of it. That was really an extraordinary time. Remember, Revo 128 was NV3. NV1 and NV2 were based on forward texture mapping, no triangles but curves, and it tessellated the curves. And because we were rendering higher level objects, we essentially avoided using Z buffers. And we thought that that was going to be a good rendering approach. It turns out to have been completely the wrong answer. And so what Revo 128 was a reset of our company. Now remember, at the time that we started the company in 1993, we were the only consumer 3D graphics company ever created. And we were focused on transforming the PC into an accelerated PC because at the time, Windows was really a software rendered system. And so anyways, Revo 128 was a reset of our company because by the time that we realized we had gone down the wrong road, Microsoft had already rolled out DirectX. It was fundamentally incompatible with NVIDIA's architecture. 30 competitors have already shown up, even though we were the first company at the time that we were founded. So the world was a completely different place.
Yeah.
The question about what to do as a company strategy, at that point, I would have said that we made a whole bunch of wrong decisions, but on that day that mattered, we made a sequence of extraordinarily good decisions. And that time, 1997, was probably NVIDIA's best moment. And the reason for that was our backs were up against the wall. We were running out of time. We were running out of money. And for a lot of employees, running out of hope. And the question is, what do we do? Well, the first thing that we did was we decided that, look, DirectX is now here. We're not going to fight it. Let's go figure out a way to build the best thing in the world for it. And Revo 128 is the world's first fully accelerated, hardware accelerated pipeline for rendering 3D. And so it transformed the projection, every single element, all the way down to the frame buffer was completely hardware accelerated. We implemented a texture cache. We took the bus limit, the frame buffer limit, to as big as physics could afford at the time. We made the biggest chip that anybody had ever imagined building. We used the fastest memories. Basically, if we built that chip, there could be nothing that could be faster. And we also chose a cost point that is substantially higher than the highest price that we think that any of our competitors would be willing to go. If we built it right, we accelerated everything, we implemented everything in DirectX that we knew of, and we built it as large as we possibly could, then obviously nobody can build something faster than that.
Today, in a way, you kind of do that here at NVIDIA too. You were a consumer products company back then, right? There was end consumers who were going to have to pay the money to buy it.
That's right. But we observed that there was a segment of the market where people were, because at the time the PC industry was still coming up and it wasn't good enough. Everybody was clamoring for the next fastest thing. And so if your performance was 10 times higher this year than what was available, there's a whole large market of enthusiasts who we believe would have gone after it. And we were absolutely right, that the PC industry had a substantially large enthusiast market that would buy the best of everything. To this day, it kind of remains true. And for certain segments of the market where the technology is never good enough, like 3D graphics, and we chose the right technology, 3D graphics is never good enough. And we call it, back then, 3D.
Why?
Made the decision to use this technology called emulation. There was a company called ICOS, and on the day that I called them, they were just shutting the company down because they had no customers. And I said, hey, look, I'll buy what you have in inventory, and no promises are necessary. And the reason why we needed that emulator is because if you figure out how much money that we have, if we taped out a chip and we got it back from the fab, and we started working on our software, by the time that we found all the bugs, because we did the software, then we taped out the chip again, well, we would have been out of business already. And so
I knew your competitors would have caught up.
well, not to mention we would have been out of business.
Who cares?
So, exactly. And so if you're going to be out of business anyways, that plan obviously wasn't the plan. The plan that companies normally go through, which is, build the chip, write the software, fix the bugs, tape out the new chip, so on and so forth, that method wasn't going to work. And so the question is, if we only had 6 months and you get to tape out just one time, then obviously you're going to tape out a perfect chip. So, so I remember having a conversation with our leaders, and they said, but Jensen, how do you know it's going to be perfect? And I said, I know it's going to be perfect, because if it's not, we'll be out of business. And so let's make it perfect. We get one shot. We essentially virtually prototyped the chip by buying this emulator. And Dwight and the software team wrote our software, the entire stack, and ran it on this emulator, and just sat in the lab waiting for Windows to paint. And
it was like
it
60 seconds for a frame or something like
easily.
that.
I actually think that it was an hour per frame, something like that. And so we would just sit there and watch it paint. And so on the day that we decided to tape out, I assumed that the chip was perfect. And everything that we could have tested, we tested in advance. And told everybody, this is it, we're going to tape out the chip, it's going to be perfect. Well, if you're going to tape out a chip and you know it's perfect, then what else would you do? That's actually the good question. If you knew that you hit enter, you taped out a chip, and you knew it was going to be perfect, then what else would you do? Well, the answer, obviously, go to production.
And marketing blitz.
Yeah.
And
just
developer
kick everything off.
relations,
Kick everything off, because you got a perfect chip. And so we got in our head that we have a perfect chip.
How much of this was you, and how much of this was like your co-founders, the rest of the company, the board? Was everybody telling you were crazy?
No, everybody was clear we had no shot. Not doing it would be crazy, because
otherwise you might as well go home.
You're going to be out of business anyways. So anything aside from that is crazy. So it seemed like a fairly logical thing, and quite frankly, right now, as I'm describing it, you're probably thinking, yeah, it's pretty sensible.
Well, it worked.
Yeah. And so we take that out and went directly to production.
So is the lesson for founders out there, when you have conviction on something like the Revo 128 or CUDA, go bet the company on it. And this keeps working for you. So it seems like your lesson learned from this is, yes, keep pushing all the chips in, because so far it's worked every time.
No.
How do you think about that?
No. When you push your chips in, I know it's going to work. Notice, we assumed that we taped out a perfect chip. The reason why we taped out a perfect chip is because we emulated the whole chip before we taped it out. We developed the entire software stack. We ran QA on all the drivers and all the software. We ran all the games we had. We ran every VGA application we had. And so when you push your chips in, what you're really doing is when you bet the farm, you're saying, I'm going to take everything in the future, all the risky things, and I'm going to pull it in advance. And that is probably the lesson. And to this day, everything that we can prefetch, everything in the future that we can simulate today, we prefetch it.
We talk about this a lot. We were just talking about this on our Costco episode. You want to push your chips in when you know it's going to work.
So every time we see you make a bet the company move, you've already simulated it. You know.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that was the case with CUDA?
Yeah. In fact, before there was CUDA, there was CG.
Right.
And so we were already playing with the concept of how do we create an abstraction layer above our chip that is expressible in a higher level language and a higher level expression, and how can we use our GPU for things like CT reconstruction, image processing. We were already down that path, and so there were some positive feedback and some intuitive positive feedback that we think that general purpose computing could be possible. And if you just looked at a pipeline of a programmable shader, it is a processor, and it's highly parallel, and it is massively threaded, and it is the only processor in the world that does that. And so there were a lot of characteristics about programmable shading that would suggest that CUDA has a great opportunity to succeed.
And that is true if there was a large market of machine learning practitioners who would eventually show up and want to do all this great scientific computing and accelerated computing. But at the time when you were starting to invest what is now something like 10,000 person years in building that platform, did you ever feel like, oh man, we might have invested ahead of the demand for machine learning, since we're like a decade before the whole world is realizing it?
I guess yes and no. You know, when we saw deep learning, when we saw AlexNet and realized its incredible effectiveness in computer vision, we had the good sense, if you will, to go back to first principles and ask, you know, what is it about this thing that made it so successful? When a new software technology or a new algorithm comes along and somehow leapfrogs 30 years of computer vision work, you have to take a step back and ask yourself, but why? And fundamentally, is it scalable? And if it's scalable, what other problems can it solve? And there were several observations that we made. You know, the first observation, of course, is that if you have a whole lot of example data, you could teach this function to make predictions. Well, what we've basically done is discovered a universal function approximator, because the dimensionality could be as high as you want it to be, and because each layer is trained one layer at a time, there's no reason why you can't make very, very deep neural networks. Okay, so now you just reason your way through, right? Okay, so now I go back to 12 years ago, and you could just imagine the reasoning I'm going through in my head, that we've discovered a universal function approximator. In fact, we might have discovered, with a couple more technologies, a universal computer that
And
you
you've
can
been paying
teach.
attention to the ImageNet competition every year leading up to this?
Yeah, and the reason for that is because we were already working on computer vision at the time, and we were trying to get CUDA to be a good computer vision system. Or most of the algorithms that were created for computer vision aren't a good fit for CUDA. And so when we're sitting there trying to figure it out, all of a sudden AlexNet shows up. And so that was incredibly intriguing. It's so effective that it makes you take a step back and ask yourself, why is that happening? So by the time that you reason your way through this, you go, well, what are the kind of problems in a world where a universal function approximator can solve this, right? Well, we know that most of our algorithms start from principled sciences. Okay, you want to understand the causality, and from the causality, you create a simulation algorithm that allows us to scale. Well, for a lot of problems, we kind of don't care about the causality. We just care about the predictability of it. Like, do I really care for what reason you prefer this toothpaste over that? I don't really care the causality. I just want to know that this is the one you would have predicted. Do I really care that the fundamental cause of somebody who buys a hot dog buys ketchup and mustard? It doesn't really matter. It only matters that I can predict it. It applies to predicting movies, predicting music. It applies to predicting, quite frankly, weather. We understand thermodynamics. We understand radiation from the sun. We understand cloud effects. We understand oceanic effects. We understand all these different things. We just want to know whether we should wear a sweater or not. Isn't that right?
Yep.
And so causality for a lot of problems in the world doesn't matter. We just want to emulate the system and predict the outcome.
And it can be an incredibly lucrative market if you can predict what the next best performing feed item to serve into a social media feed. Turns out that's a hugely
This is where
valuable
I was going to go with that. I love the examples you pulled into.
Yeah.
Toothpaste, ketchup,
Exactly.
music, movies.
When you realize this, you realize, hang on a second, a universal function approximator, a machine learning system, you know, something that learns from examples, could have tremendous opportunities because just the number of applications is quite enormous. And everything from, obviously, we just talking about commerce all the way to science. And so you realize that maybe this could affect a very large part of the world's industries. Almost every piece of software in the world would eventually be programmed this way. And if that's the case, then how you build a computer and how you build a chip, in fact, can be completely changed. And realizing that, the rest of it is just comes with, you know, do you have the courage to put your chips behind it?
So that's where we are today, and that's where NVIDIA is today.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm curious, there's a couple of years after AlexNet,
Mm-hmm.
and this is when Ben and I were getting into the technology industry and the venture industry ourselves.
I started at Microsoft in 2012.
Yeah.
So right after AlexNet, but before anyone was talking about machine learning, and even the mainstream engineering community.
There were those couple of years there where, to a lot of the rest of the world, these looked like science projects.
Yeah.
The technology companies here in Silicon Valley, particularly the social media companies, they were just realizing huge economic value out of this. The Googles, the Facebooks, the
Yeah.
Netflixes,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
And obviously that led to lots of things, including OpenAI a couple of years later.
Yeah.
But during those couple of years, when you saw just that huge economic value unlock here in Silicon Valley, how are you feeling during those times?
The first thought was, of course, reasoning about how we should change our computing stack. The second thought is, where can we find earliest possibilities of use? If we were to go build this computer, what would people use it to do? And we were fortunate that working with the world's universities and researchers was innate in our company, because we were already working on CUDA, and CUDA's early adopters were researchers, because we democratized supercomputing. You know, CUDA is not just used, as you know, for AI. CUDA is used for almost all fields of science. Everything from molecular dynamics to imaging, CT reconstruction, to seismic processing, to, you know, weather simulations, quantum chemistry, the list goes on, right? And so the number of applications of CUDA in research was very high. And so when the time came and we realized that deep learning could be really
这就不
interesting,
行了，
it was natural for us to go
这都
back to the researchers and find every single AI researcher on the planet and say, how can we help you advance your work? And that included Jan LeCun and Andrew Ng and Jeff Hinton, and that's how I met all these people. And I used to go to all the AI conferences, and that's where, you know, I met Ilya Sutskever there for the first time.
Yeah.
And so it was really about, at that point, what are the systems that we can build and the software stacks we can build to help you be more successful, to advance the research? Because at the time, it looked like a toy. But we had confidence that even GAN, the first time I met Goodfellow, the GAN was like 32 by 32. And it was just a, you know, blurry image of a cat, you know. But how far can it go? And so we believed in it. We believed that, one, you could scale deep learning, because obviously it's trained layer by layer, and you can make the data sets larger, and you can make the models larger, and we believe that if you made that larger and larger, it would get better and better.
Yeah.
Kind of sensible. And
就
I think the discussions and the
没有
engagements
说
with
过，听着
researchers
就算了。
was the exact positive feedback system that we needed. I would go back to research. That's where it all
不了
happened.
When OpenAI was founded in 2015,
Yeah.
I mean, that was such
第三个
an important moment. That's obvious today now, but at the time, I think most people, even people in tech, were
这
like,
个
what is this?
Yeah.
were you involved in it at all? Like, you know, because you were so connected to the researchers, to Ilya, taking that talent out of Google, Facebook, to be blunt, but
Yeah.
reseeding the research community
Yeah.
and opening it up was such an important moment. Were you involved in it at all?
I wasn't involved in the founding of it, but I knew a lot of the people there, and Elon, of course, I knew, and Peter Beal was there, and Ilya was there, and we have some great employees today that were there in the beginning, and I knew that they needed this amazing computer that we were building, and we're building the first version of the DGX, which, you know, today when you see a Hopper, it's 70 pounds, 35,000 parts, 10,000 amps, but DGX, the first version that we built, was
这太少了。
used internally, and I delivered the first one to OpenAI, and
Yeah.
that was a fun day. But most of our success was aligned around, in the beginning, just about helping the researchers get to the next level. I knew it wasn't very useful in its current state, but I also believed that in a few clicks, it could be really remarkable. And that belief system came from the interactions with all these amazing researchers, and it came from just seeing the incremental progress. At first, the papers were coming out every 3 months, and then papers today are coming out every day, right? So you could just monitor the archive papers, and I took an interest in learning about the progress of deep learning, and to the best of my ability, read these papers. And you could just see the progress happening, you know, in real time, exponentially in real time.
It even seems like within the industry, from some researchers we spoke with, it seemed like no one predicted how useful language models would become when you just increase the size of the models. They thought, oh, there has to be some algorithmic change that needs to happen. But once you cross that 10 billion parameter mark, and certainly once you cross the 100 billion, they just magically got much more accurate, much more useful, much more lifelike. Were you shocked by that the first time you saw a truly large language model? And do you remember that feeling?
Well, my first feeling about the language model was how clever it was to just mask out words and make it predict the next word. It's self-supervised learning at its best. We have all this text. You know, I know what the answer is. I'll just make you guess it. And so my first impression of BERT was really how clever it was. And now the question is, how can you scale that? You know, the first observation on almost everything is interesting, and then try to understand intuitively why it works. And then the next step, of course, is from first principles. How would you extrapolate that?
Yep.
And so obviously we knew that BERT was going to be a lot larger. Now, one of the things about these language models is it's encoding information, isn't that right? It's compressing information. And so within the world's languages and text, there's a fair amount of reasoning that's encoded in it. And we describe a lot of reasoning things. And so if you were to say that few-step reasoning is somehow learnable from just reading things, I wouldn't be surprised. For a lot of us, we get our common sense and we get our reasoning ability by reading. And so why wouldn't a machine learning model also learn some of the reasoning capabilities from that? And from reasoning capabilities, you could have emergent capabilities, right? Emergent abilities are consistent with intuitively from reasoning. And so some of it could be predictable, but still, it's still amazing. The fact that it's sensible doesn't make it any less amazing.
Right.
I could visualize literally the entire computer and all the modules in a self-driving car. And the fact that it's still keeping lanes makes me insanely happy. And so
I even remember that from my first operating systems class in college when I finally figured out all the way from programming language to the electrical engineering classes, bridged in the middle by that OS class. I'm like, oh, I think I understand how the von Neumann computer works soup to nuts. And it's still a miracle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you put it all together, it's still a miracle. Yeah.
Now is a great time to talk about one of our favorite companies, StatSig, and we have some tech history for you.
Yes, so in our NVIDIA Part 3 episode, we talked about how the AI research teams at Google and Facebook drove incredible business outcomes with cutting-edge ML models. And these models powered features like the Facebook newsfeed, Google Ads, and the YouTube Next Video recommendation, in the process transforming Google and Facebook into the juggernauts that we know today. And while we talked all about the research, we didn't touch on how these models were actually deployed.
Yeah, the most common way to deploy new models was through experimentation, A/B testing. When the research team created a new model, product engineers would deploy the model to a subset of users and measure the impact of the model on core product metrics. Great experimentation tools transformed the machine learning development process. They de-risked releases since each model could be released to a small set of users. They sped up release cycles. Researchers could suddenly get quick feedback from real user data, and most importantly, they created a pragmatic, data-driven culture since researchers were rewarded for driving actual product improvements. And over time, these experimentation tools gave Facebook and Google a huge edge because they really became a requirement for leading ML teams.
Yeah, so now you're probably thinking, well, that's great for Facebook and Google, but my team can't build out our own internal experimentation platform. Well, you don't have to, thanks to StatSig. So StatSig was literally founded by ex-Facebook engineers who did all this. They've built a best-in-class experimentation, feature flagging, and product analytics platform that's available to anyone. And surprise, surprise, a ton of AI companies are now using StatSig to improve and deploy their models, including OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yep, so whether you're building with AI or not, StatSig can help your team ship faster and make better data-driven product decisions. They have a very generous free tier and a special program for venture-backed companies, simple pricing for enterprises, and no seat-based fees. If you're in the acquired community, there's a special offer. You get 5 million free events a month and white glove onboarding support, so visit statsig.com/acquired and get started on your data-driven journey.
We have some questions we want to ask you. Some are cultural about NVIDIA, but others are generalizable to company building broadly. And the first one that we wanted to ask is, we've heard that you have 40 plus direct reports and that this org chart works a lot differently than a traditional company org chart. Do you think there's something special about NVIDIA that makes you able to have so many direct reports, not worrying about coddling or focusing on career growth of your executives, and you're like, no, you're just here to do your freaking best work and the most important thing in the world, now go. A, is that correct? And B, is there something special about NVIDIA that enables that?
I don't think it's something special at NVIDIA. I think that we had the courage to build a system like this. NVIDIA is not built like a military, it's not built like the armed forces, where you have generals and colonels. We're not set up like that. We're not set up in a command and control and information distribution system from the top down. We're really built much more like a computing stack. And a computing stack, the lowest layer is our architecture, and then there's our chip, and then there's our software, and on top of it, there are all these different modules, and each one of these layers of modules are people. And so the architecture of the company, to me, is a computer with a computing stack with people managing different parts of the system. And who reports to whom, your title is not related to anywhere you are in the stack. It just happens to be who is the best at running that module on that function, on that layer. It is in charge, and that person is the pilot in command. And so that's one characteristic. And
Have you always thought about the company this way, even from the earliest days?
yeah, pretty much, yeah. And the reason for that is because your organization should be the architecture of the machinery of building the product,
台湾就制作了
right?
Yep.
That's what a company is.
Yep.
And yet, everybody's company look exactly the same, but they all build different things. How does that make any sense? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, how you make fried chicken versus how you flip burgers versus how you make, Chinese fried rice is different. And so why would the machinery, why would the process be exactly the same? And so it's not sensible to me that if you look at the org charts of most companies, it all kind of looks like this. And then you have one group that's for a business, and you have another for another business, you have another for another business, and they're all kind of supposedly autonomous. And so none of that stuff makes any sense to me. It just depends on what is it that we're trying to build, and what is the architecture of the company that best suits to go build it. So that's number one. In terms of information system and how do you enable collaboration, we kind of wired up like a neural network. And the way that we say is that there's a phrase in the company called mission is the boss. And so we figure out what is the mission, and we go wire up the best skills and the best teams and the best resources to achieve that mission. And it cuts across the entire organization in a way that doesn't make any sense, but it looks like a little bit like a neural network.
And when you say mission, do you mean mission like NVIDIA's mission
Build
is?
Hopper.
Yeah, okay. So it's not like further accelerated computing.
No.
It's like we're shipping
Build
DGX Cloud.
Build Hopper, or somebody else's build a system for Hopper. Somebody is build CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is build cuDNN for CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is the mission, right? So your mission is to do something.
What are the trade-offs associated with that versus the traditional structure?
The downside is the pressure on the leaders is fairly high. And the reason for that is because in a command and control system, the person who you reports to has more power than you. And the reason why they have more power than you is because they're closer to the source of information than you are. In our company, the information is disseminated fairly quickly to a lot of different people. It's usually at a team level. So for example, just now I was in a robotics meeting, and we're talking about certain things, and we're making some decisions. And there are new college grads in the room, there's 3 vice presidents in the room, there's 2 E-staffs in the room, and at the moment that we decided together, we reasoned through some stuff, we made a decision, everybody heard it at exactly the same time. So nobody has more power than anybody else. Does that make sense? The new college grad learned at exactly the same time as the E-staff. And so the executive staff and the leaders that work for me and myself, you earn the right to have your job based on your ability to reason through problems and helping other people succeed. And it's not because you have some privileged information that I knew the answer was 3.7 and only I knew,
Right.
Everybody knew.
When we did our most recent episode of NVIDIA Part 3 that we just released, we sort of did this thought exercise, especially over the last couple of years. Your product shipping cycle has been very impressive, especially given the level of technology that you are working with and the difficulty of this all. We sort of said, could you imagine Apple shipping 2 iPhones a year?
And we said that for illustrative purposes.
For illustrative purposes, not to pick on Apple and whatnot,
A large
but,
tech company shipping 2 flagship products, or their flagship product twice per year.
Yeah, or 2 WWDCs a year.
Yeah.
There seems to be something
You can't really imagine that, whereas
Yeah.
that happens here. Are there other companies, either current or historically, that you look up to, admire, maybe took some of this inspiration from?
In the last 30 years, I've read my fair share of business books. And as in everything you read, you're supposed to first of all enjoy it, right? Enjoy it, be inspired by it, but not to adopt it. That's not the whole point of these books. The whole point of these books is to share their experiences. And you're supposed to ask, what does it mean to me? in my world? And what does it mean to me in the context of what I'm going through? What does this mean to me in the environment that I'm in? And what does this mean to me in what I'm trying to achieve? And what does this mean to NVIDIA in the age of our company and the capabilities of our company? And so you're supposed to ask yourself, what does it mean to you? And then from that point, being informed by all these different things that we're learning, we're supposed to come up with our own strategies. You know, what I just described is kind of how I go about everything. You're supposed to be inspired and learn from everybody else, and the education's free, you know. When somebody talks about a new product, you're supposed to go listen to it. You're not supposed to ignore it. You're supposed to go learn from it. And it could be a competitor, it could be an adjacent industry, it could be nothing to do with us. The more we learn from what's happening out in the world, the better. But then you're supposed to come back and ask yourself, you know, what does this mean to us?
Yeah, you don't just want to imitate them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this tee up of learning but not imitating, and learning from a wide array of sources. There's this sort of unbelievable third element, I think, to what NVIDIA has become today, and that's the data center. It's certainly not obvious. I can't reason from AlexNet and your engagement with the research community and you know, social media feed recommenders to you deciding and the company deciding we're going to go on a 5-year all-in journey on the data center. How did that happen?
Our journey to the data center happened, I would say, almost 17 years ago. I'm always being asked, I mean, what are the challenges that the company could see someday? And I've always felt that the fact that NVIDIA's technology is plugged into a computer, and that computer has to sit next to you because it has to be connected to a monitor, that will limit our opportunities someday. Because there are only so many desktop PCs that plug a GPU into. And there's only so many CRTs and the time LCDs that we could possibly drive. So the question is, wouldn't it be amazing if our computer doesn't have to be connected to the viewing device? That the separation of it made it possible for us to compute somewhere else. And one of our engineers came and showed it to me one day, and it was really capturing the frame buffer, encoding it into video, and streaming it to a receiver device, separating computing from the viewing.
In many ways,
Wait, so
that's
is this
cloud
like
gaming,
cloud gaming?
like 18 years ago.
In fact, that was when we started GFN. We knew that GFN was going to be a journey that would take a long time because you're fighting all kinds of problems, including the speed of light. And
latency everywhere you look.
That's right.
For listeners, GFN, GeForce Now.
GeForce Now.
Yeah.
GeForce Now, and we've been working on
It all
GeForce
makes
Now.
sense. Your first cloud product.
That's right. And look at GeForce Now was NVIDIA's first data center product. And our second data center product was remote graphics, putting our GPUs in the world's enterprise data centers, which then led us to our third product, which combined CUDA plus our GPU, which became a supercomputer, which then worked towards more and more and more. And the reason why it's so important is because the disconnection between where NVIDIA's computing is done versus where it's enjoyed, if you can separate that, your market opportunity explodes.
Yeah.
And it was completely true. And so we're no longer limited by the physical constraints of the desktop PC sitting by your desk. And we're not limited by one GPU per person. And so it doesn't matter where it is anymore. And so that was really the great observation.
It's a good reminder. The data center segment of NVIDIA's business to me has become synonymous with how's AI going, and that's a false equivalence. And it's interesting that you were only this ready to sort of explode in AI in the data center because you had 3+ previous products where you learned how to build data center computers.
Exactly.
Even though those markets weren't these like gigantic, world-changing technology shifts the way that AI is, that's how you learn.
Yeah, that's right. You want to pave the way to future opportunities. You can't wait until the opportunity is sitting in front of you for you to reach out for it. And so you have to anticipate. Our job as CEOs to look around corners and anticipate where will opportunities be someday. And even if I'm not exactly sure what and when, how do I position the company to be near it? To be just standing kind of near under the tree, and we can do a diving catch when the apple falls. You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you've got to be close enough to do the diving catch.
Yeah. Rewind to 2015 and OpenAI. If you hadn't been laying this groundwork in the data center, you wouldn't be powering OpenAI right now.
Yeah, but the idea that computing will be mostly done away from the viewing device, that the vast majority of computing will be done away from the computer itself, that insight was good. In fact, cloud computing, everything about today's computing is about separation of that. And by putting it in a data center, we can overcome this latency problem, meaning you're not going to overcome speed of light. Speed of light end to end is only 120 milliseconds or something like that. It's not that long.
From a data center to an internet
Anywhere
user.
on the planet.
Yeah.
And so we could.
I see.
if
And
we-
literally across the planet.
Yeah, right. So if you could solve that problem, approximately something like that, I forget the number, but it's 70 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds, but it's not that long. And so my point is, if you could remove the obstacles everywhere else, then speed of light should be, perfectly fine. And you could build data centers as large as you like, and you could do amazing things. And this little tiny device that we use as a computer, or your TV as a computer, whatever computer, they can all instantly become amazing. And so that insight, 15 years ago was a good one.
So speaking of the speed of light, InfiniBand.
Yeah.
David's like begging me to go here. I can
I was
feel
at
it.
the same time.
You totally saw that InfiniBand would be way more useful way sooner than anyone else realized.
Yeah.
Acquiring Mellanox, I think you uniquely saw that this was required to train large language models, and you were super aggressive in acquiring that company. Why did you see that when no one else saw that?
Well, there were several reasons for that. First, if you want to be a data center company, building the processing chip isn't the way to do it. A data center is distinguished from a desktop computer versus a cell phone, not by the processor in it.
Yeah.
A desktop computer in a data center uses the same CPUs, uses the same GPUs, apparently, right? Very close. And so it's not the chip, it's not the processing chip that describes it, but it's the networking of it, it's the infrastructure of it, it's the, how the computing is distributed, how security is provided, how networking is done, so on and so forth. And so those characteristics are associated with Mellanox, not NVIDIA. And so the day that I concluded that really NVIDIA wants to be build computers of the future, and computers of the future are going to be data centers, embodied in data centers, then if we want to be data center oriented company, then we really need to get into networking. And so that was one. The second thing is observation that whereas cloud computing started in hyperscale, which is about taking commodity components, a lot of users, and virtualizing many users on top of one computer, AI is really about distributed computing, where one training job is orchestrated across millions of processors. And so it's the inverse of hyperscale almost. And the way that you design a hyperscale computer with off-the-shelf commodity Ethernet, which is just fine for Hadoop, it's just fine for search queries, it's just fine for all of those things.
But not when you're sharding a model across multiple
when you're
racks.
sharding a model across, right? And so that observation says that the type of networking you want to do is not exactly Ethernet, and the way that we do networking for supercomputing is really quite ideal. And so the combination of those two ideas, convinced me that Mellanox is absolutely the right company, because they're the world's leading high performance networking company, and we worked with them in so many different areas in high performance computing already. Plus, I really like the people. The Israel team is world class. We have some 3,200 people there now, and it was one of the best strategic decisions I ever made.
When we were researching, particularly part 3 of our NVIDIA series, we talked to a lot of people, and many people told us the Mellanox acquisition is one of, if not the best of all time by any technology company.
I think so too, yeah. And it's so disconnected from the work that we normally do, it was surprising to everybody.
But framed this way, you were standing near where the action was,
Yeah.
so you could figure out as soon as that apple sort of becomes available to purchase, like, oh, LLMs are about to blow up. I'm going to need that. Everyone's going to need that. I think I know that before anyone else does.
Yeah. You want to position yourself near opportunities. You don't have to be that perfect. You want to position yourself near the tree. And even if you don't catch the apple before it hits the ground, so long as you're the first one to pick it up.
这样不行，不行。Score bar. The Trapcast a total of 20 up to $150 insurance included. The average of these three numbers. The average of these three numbers 7, 12, and 20 is and 20 is 13 because they told of 7, 12, and 20 is 39, and 39 divided by 3 is 13. Amount including inverse amount including inverse the total including inverse the total cost total losses including inverse the total cost total loss were 800 including inverse the total cost amount including inverse is total cost. Total losses were 800. The total amount raised so far is approach so far. Company I know that is company amount, and the an arrangement with a bank keep your money there and to allow you to take it out when you need it. Take out when you need it. Approach. Come near. To come near or near to something or someone in space, time, quality, or amount. The total amount raised so far is approaching. The total amount raised so far is approaching 1,000. When you include all my overtime, when you include overtime, my total pay is quite good. When you include all my overtime, when you include all my overtime, my total pay is quite good. When you include my total my total pay is quite good. What is the total or your quite output? What is the total or your output from the British sector of the North Sea? What is the total oil output from the British sector of the North Sea? Of the North Sea. What is the total oil output from the British British sector of the North Sea. What is the total oil output from the British sector of the North Sea? What is the total oil output from the British sector of the North Sea? We need to work out the total cost of the project. We need to work out the total cost of the project. We need to work out the cost. We need to work out. Let me see. 等会儿我算一下，现在已经11月了。6月份没开始吧？6月份没开始，又不是6月份开始，从7月开始，6月还不是，从7月开始，7、8、9。The total amount. We need to work out the total cost of the project. We need to work out the total cost of the project. We need to work out cost. We need to work out the total cost of the project. We need to work out the total cost of the. We needed to work out we needed to the project. We need to work. We need to work out amount. Approach company approach. We need to work out but that's total. We need to work out the cost of the project. Work out the total. We need to work out. We need to work out. Not okay. We need to cost. We need to work out the total cost of the project. We need to work out. We need to work out the total cost of the project. What is the total oil output from the British sector of the North Sea? Sector. One of the areas into which the economic activity of a country is divided. One of the areas into which into which the economic activity of a country is divided. Okay. One of the into a country and a country is divided. One of the area into which economic activity of a country is divided. Economic area. Wow. In the financial sector. In the financial sector, banks and insurance companies have both a lot of money. In the financial sector, okay. Economic area. In the financial sector. What is the total oil output from the British sector of the North Sea? We need to work out the total cost of the project. We need to work out the total cost of the project. Work rate of the largest degree possible. Work rate of the largest degree possible. Degree total amount. The amount you get when several similar amounts are added together at the time of the work rate of the largest degree possible. Work rate of the largest degree possible. Total secrecy. Total secret, a total disregard for their feelings. Disregard. Disregard. The act of the act of showing no care. The act of showing no care or respect for something. No respect. The fact of showing no care or respect. The fact of showing no care or respect for something. The act of showing no care or respect for something. The act of showing no care or respect for something. The act of showing no care or respect for something. The act of showing no care or respect for something. A total disregard for their feelings. A total disregard for their feelings. The act of showing no care, no respect, no care. Disregard for their feelings. They told discussed the fact of the fact of showing no care, the fact of showing no care or respect for something, or total disregard for their feelings, total silence, quiet. Silence, quiet. Pure without anything sound, completely quiet, total, or total. Okay. Work or of a 90-degree are possible, or total disregard for their opinions. Total silence. The organization of the events was a total shambles. Silence, quiet, without any sound. Shambles. To work. To work slowly. To walk slowly and awkward. To work slowly and awkwardly, without lifting your feet correctly. To work slowly and awkwardly, without lifting your feet correct. Without your feet lifting. To work slowly and awkwardly, without lifting your feet correct. To work slowly and awkwardly, without lifting your feet correct. To walk slowly and awkwardly, without lifting your feet correct. Shambles. A state of confusing, bad organization, or messiness, or something that is in this state. A total shambles, a state of confusing, bad organization, or messiness. After the party, the house was.明白了 shamble. The organization of the event was a total shambles. Were bad. They collapsed when it came. They collapsed when it came. Was told. 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 Came. Was told. Worked war of the largest. Worked war of the largest degree possible. work rate, total accuracy, total accuracy, or total disregard, a total disregard for the feelings, total silence, or the population of the event or the total shambles were bad. They collapse when it came what total add up to have as a complete amount to have as a complete amount were to calculate this, well, to have the to have as a complete amount were to calculate to judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying or divided numbers. To judge the number or amount of something by using information that you already have. Calculate. To have as a complete amount. To have as a complete amount or to calculate this. Calculate or to calculate this. To have as a complete amount or to calculate this. Calculate. To judge the number or amount of something. To judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying. To judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have. The cost of the damage caused by the recent storm has been calculated as over. Calculated. The cost of damage caused by recent storm has been the cost calculate or to calculate this. To have as a complete amount to judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying or divided number, or multiplying or divided number. To judge the number or amount of something. To judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying or divided number, or dividing numbers. The cost of the damage caused by the recent storms has been calculated as over 5其实我是 they judge the number or amount of something by using the information that 其实 the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying or dividing the number or dividing numbers. To judge 其实to judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying or dividing numbers. Or dividing numbers. To judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying or dividing numbers, or multiplying or dividing numbers. The cost of damage caused by the recent storms has been calculated as over 5 million. The new tax. The cost of the damage caused by the recent has been taxing. Money paid to the government that is based on your income or the cost of goods or service you have bought. Money paid to the government that is based. Money paid to the government that is based on your income or cost or the cost of goods or services you have bought. Okay. And the value of property owned by an individual. To judge the number or amount of something by using the information that you already have and adding, taking away, multiplying or dividing numbers. Okay, code. To have a complete amount or to calculate this. This is the eighth value. This is the eighth value in the series. This is the eighth value in the series. This is the eighth value in the series, which totals 21 values in all. This is the eighth value in the series. This is the eighth value. This is the eighth value in the series, which totals total value. Taxi. Money paid to government. 税. Money paid to government. Money paid to government. Tax. Amount, the amount of space that is contained with an object or solid shape. The amount of space that is contained with an object or solid shape. Okay, amount. The amount of space. The amount of space that is the amount of space that is contained with an object or solid amount. Wow. The amount of space that is contained within an object or solid shape. This is the eighth in the series. Which total 21 values in R. 21 values in R. 我比人更早，是比你更早的，所以我就帮你。This is the eighth value in the series which total 我的如果this is 53问题。We totaled the money we had each earned. We totaled the money we had. Add up. We totaled the money. We totaled the money. We totaled we had each earned, and then shared it equality, and there and the fair, similar fair, and then shared it equality. And then share it equally between the three of us. And then share it equally between the three of us. And then share it equally between the three of us. The three of us. And then share it equally between this. Between the three of us, and then share it equally between the three of us. The money we had each earned, and then share it equally between the three of us. Damage. You care. Right up. To damage. Eh? Damage a work. Are you kidding me? To have a continuing amount. To damage a work so badly. To damage a work so badly that it cannot be repaired. To damage a work so badly that it cannot be repaired. His son told the pick up his son told her to pick up when it 10 months old. When it was 10 months old, his son told they pick up when it was 10 months old. His son told they pick up when it was 10 months old. His son told they pick up when it was 10 months old. His son told they pick up when it was 10 months old. His son told they pick up when it was 10 months old. His son told they pick up when it was 10 months old. Okay, to damage something extremely badly. The company hadn't just jeopardized. The company hadn't just jeopardized its brand. The company hadn't just jeopardized its brand. It may have totally. Value amount with a subject or solid shape. To put something such as a pronoun or system in danger of being harmed or damaged. To put something such as a pronoun or system in danger of being harmed or damaged. To put something such as a pronoun or system in danger of being harmed or damaged. To put something such as a pronoun or system in danger of being harmed or damaged. To put something such as a pronoun or system. To put something such as a pronoun or system in danger of being harmed or damaged. A pronoun system in danger, damaged. Calculate. Also means that to put something such as a plan or system in danger or being harmed or damaged. The company hadn't just its brand. The company hadn't just brand. It may have. The company hadn't just its brand. The company hadn't just jeopardized. The company hadn't just jeopardized its brand. It may have totaled it. The company hadn't just jeopardized its brand. It may have totaled it. The company hadn't just jeopardized its brand. It may have totaled it. Yet, still. Yet, until it, the company hadn't just jeopardized its brand. To put something such as a pronoun or system in danger or Okay, in danger or being harmed or damaged. She knew that by feigning her fondness, she could jeopardize her whole future. She knew that by feigning her fondness, she could jeopardize her whole future. She knew that by from her fondness, she could jeopardize her whole future. To put something such as a plant or system in danger of being harmed or damaged. To put something such as a plant or system in danger of being harmed or damaged. The company hadn't just jeopardized its brand. Okay. Jeopardized. To put something such as a plant or system in danger. In danger or being harmed or damaged. She knew that by feigning. She knew that by feigning her fondness, she could jeopardize her whole future. Her whole future. The company has just jeopardized its brand. It may have told it yet, still, until the present time. Still yet. I haven't spoken to her yet. I haven't spoken to her yet. He hadn't finished yet. Are you ready? No yet. Wait a minute. No yet. Not yet. Not yet. Are you ready? Not yet. Wait a minute. The best, worst. Until now. The best, worst until now. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. That's the best yet. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. Until including this time, we haven't indeed. Okay, the best, worst. Let me see. Of the lowest quality, or the most or the most unpleasant, difficult, or severe. Of the lowest quality, or the most unpleasant, difficult, or severe. The worst. That was the worst meal I've ever eaten. I've ever eaten. That was the worst meal I've ever eaten. It was the worst moment of my life. She admitted worst. Of the lowest quality, or the most unpleasant, difficult, or worst, best, worst, bad. Best, worst, until now. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. That's the best yet. The best, worst, until now. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best yet. That's the best yet. I read it, not yet. Wait a minute. The best, worst, until now. Of all these songs I've heard tonight, that's the best. That's the best yet. Of all the songs I've heard tonight, that's the best. That's the best yet. I reading, not yet. Of all the songs I've heard tonight, that's the best. That's the best. Okay, let me see.
You want to position yourself close to the opportunity now, and so that's kind of a lot of my work is positioning the company near opportunities and having the company having the skills to monetize each one of the steps along the way so that we can be sustainable.
What you just said reminds me of a great aphorism from Buffett and Munger, which is it's better to be approximately right than exactly wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's good.
That's a good one.
To live by.
Yeah.
All right, listeners, we are here to tell you about a company that literally couldn't be more perfect for this episode, Crusoe.
Yes, Crusoe, as you know by now, is a cloud provider built specifically for AI workloads and powered by clean energy. And NVIDIA is a major partner of Crusoe. Their data centers are filled with A100s and H100s. And as you probably know, with the rising demand for AI, there's been a huge surge in the need for high-performing GPUs, leading to a noticeable scarcity of NVIDIA GPUs in the market. Crusoe has been ahead of the curve and is among the first cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's H100s at scale. They have a very straightforward strategy. Create the best AI cloud solution for customers using the very best GPU hardware on the market that customers ask for, like NVIDIA, and invest heavily in an optimized cloud software stack.
Yup. To illustrate, they already have several customers already running large-scale generative AI workloads on clusters of NVIDIA H100 GPUs, which are interconnected with 3200 gigabit InfiniBand and leveraging Crusoe's network-attached block storage solution. And because their cloud is run on wasted, stranded, or clean energy, they can provide significantly better performance per dollar than traditional cloud providers.
Yep, ultimately this results in a huge win-win. They take what is otherwise a huge amount of energy waste that causes environmental harm and use it to power massive AI workloads. And it's worth noting that through their operations, Crusoe is actually reducing more emissions than they would generate. In fact, in 2022, Crusoe captured over 4 billion cubic feet of gas, which led to the avoidance of approximately 500,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions. That's equivalent to taking about 160,000 cars off the road.
Amazing. If you, your company, or your portfolio companies could use lower cost and more performant infrastructure for your AI workloads, go to crusoecloud.com/acquired. That's CRUSOEcloud.com/acquired, or click the link in the show notes.
I want to move away from NVIDIA, if you're okay with it, and ask you some questions, since we have a lot of founders that listen to this show, sort of advice for company building. The first one is, when you're starting a startup in the earliest days, your biggest competitor is you don't make anything people want. Like, your company's likely to die
Non-consumption.
just because people...
Okay. As yet, until and including this time, until and including this time, we haven't yet added the normal. We haven't needed extra works as yet. We haven't needed extra works as yet. We haven't needed extra works as yet. But we may in the future. We haven't needed extra works as yet, but we may in the future. We haven't needed extra works as yet, but we may in the future. Until and including this time. Of all this, okay, as yet, until and including this time, we haven't needed extra works as yet, but we may in the future. We haven't needed extra works as yet, but we may in the future. More examples. Wait for it. That's more examples. Wait for it. Until and including this time, we haven't needed extra works as yet, but we may in the future. We haven't needed extra works. We haven't needed extra added normal. We haven't needed extra works as yet, but we may in the future. More examples. Wait for it. I haven't said go yet. Wait for it. I haven't said go yet. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. We haven't said. For example, wait for it. I haven't said go yet. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. Okay. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. We haven't discussed. More examples. Wait for it. We haven't said go yet. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. Has he found himself a place to live yet? Has he found himself a place to live yet? The details of the contract. The details of the contract have not yet been settled. The details of the contract. The details of the contract. The details of the contract. The details of the contract have not yet been settled. The detail of the contract have not yet been settled. Okay, the details of the contract have not yet been settled. The detail of the contract the detail of the contract have not yet settled. Discussed. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. To talk about a subject with someone. to talk about a subject with someone and tell each other your ideas or opinions. To talk about a subject with someone and tell each other your idea or opinion. The details of the contract have not yet been settled. The details of the contract have not been settled. We talk about someone. Talk about with someone. Talk about someone. Discussed. To talk about a job. To talk about a subject. To talk about a subject with someone. To talk about a subject with someone. Said comfortable. If you feel settled in your job school, you have become familiar with it and are comfortable and happy there. If you feel settled or job comfortable, settled, quiet, Thank me. Settled. Not yet been. To reach a design or an agreement about something, or to end a disagreement, or to end a disagreement. To reach a decision or an arrangement or an agreement about something, or to end a disagreement. Good. Otherwise, you send out the invitations for the party, and I'll organize the food. To reach. Not being settled. The details of the contract has not been detailed. Has been not settled. To reach a decision or an agreement about something, or an agreement about something, or to end a disagreement, or to end a disagreement, or to end a disagreement, or to end a disagreement. The detail of the contract. The details of the contract have not yet been settled. His new novel is advertised as steamiest yet. His new novel is advertised. To make something known, generally in the public, especially in order to sell it. His new novel make something known generally or in public. His new novel is advertised as his steamiest yet. His new novel is until and his new novel is advertised as his steamiest yet. In the future, examples, the best until now. As his new novel is advertised to make something known, generally or as attract steamiest yet. Attractive. Similar interest and attractive. Okay, in the future, from now and for a particular period of time in the future. She won't be back for a long time yet. She won't be back for a long time yet. Our vacation isn't for weeks yet. In the future, our vacation isn't for weeks yet. Our vacation isn't for weeks. Our vacation isn't for weeks yet. Have yet to. If you have yet to do something. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. Have yet to. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. You have not done it. Have yet to. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. 没有定了一些，没有定了一些，不知道，不能说，或者不知道，有可能，就是那个，基本上我找不到。From now and for a particular period of time in the future, she won't be back for a long time yet. Our vacation isn't for weeks. Our vacation isn't for weeks. Our vacation isn't for weeks yet. Have yet to. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. You have not done it. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. If you have yet to do something, she won't be back for for a long time yet. She won't be back for a long time yet. Our vacation isn't for weeks yet. Our vacation isn't for weeks yet. Our vacation isn't for weeks. Our vacation isn't for weeks yet. In the future, from now and for a particular period of time in the future. From now and for a particular period of time in the future. Not yet.
Just because people don't actually care as much as you do about what
That's
you're building.
right.
That's right.
In the later days, you actually have to be very thoughtful about competitive strategy. And I'm curious, what would be your advice to companies that have product market fit, that are starting to grow, they're in interesting growing markets? Where should they look for competition, and how should they handle it?
Well, there are all kinds of ways to think about competition. We prefer to position ourselves in a way that serves a need that usually hasn't emerged.
I've heard you or others have used the phrase $0 billion market.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's our way of saying there's no market yet, but we believe there will be one. And usually when you're positioned there, everybody's trying to figure out, why are you here? Right? Because when we first got into automotive, because we believe that in the future the car is going to be largely software, and if it's going to be largely software, a really incredible computer is necessary. And so when we positioned ourselves there, most people, I still remember one of the CTOs told me, you know what, cars cannot tolerate the blue screen of death. I don't think anybody can tolerate that, but it doesn't change the fact that someday every car will be a software-defined car. And I think 15 years later we're largely right. And so oftentimes there's non-consumption, and we like to navigate our company there. And by doing that, by the time that the market emerges, it's very likely there aren't that many competitors shaped that way. Mm-hmm. And so we were early in PC gaming, and today NVIDIA is very large in PC gaming. We reimagined what a design workstation would be like, and today just about every workstation on the planet uses NVIDIA's technology. We reimagined how supercomputing ought to be done, and who should benefit from supercomputing, that we would democratize it. And look, today NVIDIA's in accelerated computing is quite large, and we reimagined how software would be done, and today it's called machine learning, and how computing would be done, we call it AI. And so we reimagine these kind of things, try to do that about a decade in advance. And so we spend about a decade in $0 billion markets. And today I spend a lot of time on Omniverse. And Omniverse is a classic example of a $0 billion business. And
there's like 40 customers now.
Like Amazon, BMW.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool.
So let's say you do get this great 10-year lead, but then other people figure it out, and you got people nipping at your heels. What are some structural things that someone who's building a business can do to sort of stay ahead? And you could just keep your pedal to the metal and say, we're going to outwork them, and we're going to be smarter. And like that works to some extent, but those are tactics. What strategically can you do to sort of make sure that you can maintain that lead?
Oftentimes, if you created the market, you ended up having, what people describe as moats. Because if you build your product right, and it's enabled an entire ecosystem around you to help serve that end market, you've essentially created a platform. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's a product-based platform, sometimes it's a service-based platform, sometimes it's a technology-based platform. But if you were early there, and you were mindful about helping the ecosystem succeed with you, you ended up having this network of networks, and all these developers and all these customers who are built around you.
Yep.
And that network is essentially your moat. And so, I don't love thinking about it in the context of a moat. And the reason for that is because you're now focused on building stuff around your castle. I tend to like thinking about things in the context of building a network. And that network is about enabling other people to enjoy the success of the final market. You know, that you're not the only company that enjoys it, but you're enjoying it with a whole bunch of other people, including. Yeah.
I'm so glad you brought this up because I wanted to ask you. In my mind, at least, and sounds like in yours too, NVIDIA is absolutely a platform company, of which there are very few meaningful platform companies in the world. I think it's also fair to say that when you started, for the first few years, you were a technology company and not a platform company. Every example I can think of a company that tried to start as a platform company fails. You got to start as a technology person. When did you think about making that transition to being a platform? Like your first graphics cards were technology. They weren't. There was no CUDA. There was no platform.
Yeah, what you observed is not wrong. However, inside our company, we were always a platform company, and the reason for that is because from the very first day of our company, we had this architecture called UDA. It's the UDA of CUDA.
CUDA is Compute Unified Device Architecture.
Right. That's right. And the reason for that is because what we've done, what we essentially did in the beginning, even though Reba 128 only had computer graphics, the architecture described accelerators of all kinds. And we would take that architecture and developers would program to it. In fact, NVIDIA's first strategy, business strategy, was we were going to be a game console inside the PC. And a game console needs developers, which is the reason why NVIDIA, a long time ago, one of our first employees was a developer relations person. And so it's the reason why we knew all the game developers and all the 3D developers, and we knew everybody.
So wait, so was the original business plan to like
Sort of like to build DirectX.
Yeah, compete with
in
Nintendo and Sega
fact,
as like
in
with
fact,
PCs?
The original NVIDIA architecture was called Direct Envy. Direct NVIDIA, yeah. And DirectX was an API that made it possible for operating system to directly
address the
connect
hardware.
the hardware. Yeah.
But DirectX
Before
didn't exist when
Direct-
you started NVIDIA, right? And that's what
And
made your strategy run
In
for the first couple of years.
1993, we had Direct NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Huh.
And which in 1995 became, DirectX came out.
So this is an important lesson.
We were always a developer-oriented company.
The initial attempt was we will get the developers to build on DirectNV, and then they'll build for our chips, and then we'll have a platform. And,
Yeah, exactly.
and what played out is Microsoft already had all these developer relationships. So
Exactly.
you learned the lesson the hard way of like,
Yeah.
yikes, we just got to
I mean, that's what
slot into that.
Microsoft did back in the day. They're like, oh, that could be a developer platform. We'll take that. Thank you. You know?
No, but they had a lot. They did it very differently, and they did a lot of things right. We did a lot of things wrong, but
Well,
having
you were
said
competing against Microsoft in the 90s. I mean, that's...
yeah,
It's like
but
trying to compete against NVIDIA today.
no, it's a lot different. But I appreciate that. But we were nowhere near competing with them. If you look now, when CUDA came along, there was OpenGL, there was DirectX, but there's still another extension, if you will, and that extension is CUDA.
Yep.
And that CUDA extension allows a chip that got paid for running DirectX and OpenGL to create an install base for CUDA.
Yeah.
And so that's the
And is
NVIDIA
this why
strategy.
you were so militant? And I think from our research, it really was you being militant that every NVIDIA chip will run CUDA.
Yeah, if you're a computing platform, everything's got to be compatible. We are the only accelerator on the planet where every single accelerator is architecturally compatible with the others. None has ever existed. There are literally a couple of 100 million, right? 250 million, 300 million installed base of active CUDA GPUs being used in the world today, and they're all architecturally compatible. How would you have a computing platform if NV30 and NV35 and 39 and NV40, they're all different, right? At 30 years, it's all completely compatible. And so that's the only unnegotiable rule in our company. Everything else is negotiable.
I mean, and I guess CUDA was a rebirth of UDA, but understanding this now, UDA going all the way back,
Yeah.
it really is all the way back to all the chips you've ever
Yeah,
made.
yeah, yeah. And in fact, UDA goes all the way back to all of our chips today. For the record, I didn't help any of the founding CEOs that are listening. I got to tell you, while you were asking that question, what lessons would I impart? I don't know. I mean, the characteristics of successful companies and successful CEOs, I think, are fairly well described. There are a whole bunch of them. I just think starting successful companies are insanely hard. It's just insanely hard. And when I see these amazing companies get built, I have nothing but admiration and respect because I just know that it's insanely hard. And I think that everybody did many similar things. There are some good, smart things that people do. There are some dumb things that you can do. But you could do all the right, smart things and still fail. You could do a whole bunch of dumb things, and I did many of them, and still succeed. So obviously, that's not exactly right. I think skills are the things that you can learn along the way. But at important moments, certain circumstances have to come together. And I do think that the market has to, be one of the agents
Yeah.
to help you succeed. It's not enough, obviously, because a lot of people still fail.
Do you remember any moments in NVIDIA's history where you're like, ooh, we made a bunch of wrong decisions, but somehow we got saved? Because, it takes the sum of all the luck and all the skill
Yeah.
in order to succeed. Do you remember any moments where
I
you're
actually
like,
thought that you starting with Reba 128 was spot on. Reba 128, as I mentioned, the number of smart decisions we made, which are smart to this day. How we design chips is exactly the same to this day. Because, gosh, nobody's ever done it back then. And we pulled every trick in the book in a desperation because we had no other choice. Well, guess what? That's the way things ought to be done. And now everybody does it that way. Right? Everybody does it. Because why should you do things twice if you can do it once? Why tape out a chip 7 times if you can tape it out 1 time? Right? And so the most efficient, the most cost-effective, the most competitive, speed is technology, right? Speed is performance. Time to market is performance. All of those things apply. So why do things twice if you could do it once?
yeah,
And so Reba 128 made a lot of great decisions in how we spec products, how we think about market needs and lack of, and how do we judge markets, and all of this. Man, we made some amazingly good decisions. Yeah, we were back against the wall. We only had one more shot to do it, but
once you pull out all the stops and you see what you're capable of, why would you put stops in next
Exactly.
time? You're like, let's keep the
Exactly.
stops out all the time,
That's right.
every time.
That's right.
Is it fair to say, though, maybe on the luck side of the equation, thinking back to 1997, that was the moment where consumers tipped to really, really valuing 3D graphical performance in games?
Oh yeah. So for example, luck. Let's talk about luck. If Carmack had decided to use acceleration, because remember, Doom was completely software rendered, and the NVIDIA philosophy was that although general purpose computing is a fabulous thing, it's going to enable software and IT and everything. We felt that there were applications that wouldn't be possible, or it would be costly if it wasn't accelerated. It should be accelerated, and 3D graphics was one of them, but it wasn't the only one. And it just happens to be the first one, and a really great one. And I still remember the first times we met John, he was quite emphatic about using CPUs, and the software renderer was really good. I mean, quite frankly, if you look at Doom, the performance of Doom was really hard to achieve, even with accelerators at the time. If you didn't filter, if you didn't have to do bilinear filtering, it did a pretty good job.
The problem with Doom, though, was you needed Carmack to program it.
Yeah, you needed Carmack to program it. Exactly. It was a genius piece of code, and but nonetheless, software renderers did a really good job. And if he hadn't decided to go to OpenGL and accelerate for Quake, frankly, what would be the killer app that put us here, right? And so Carmack and Sweeney, both between Unreal and Quake, created the first 2 killer applications for consumer 3D. Yeah, and so I owe them a great deal.
I want to come back real quick, too. You told these stories, and you're like, well, I don't know what founders can take from that. I actually do think, if you look at all the big tech companies today, perhaps with the exception of Google, they did all start, and understanding this now about you, by addressing developers, planning to build a platform and tools for developers. All of them. Apple,
Not
Microsoft.
Amazon.
Well, I guess
how
with
AWS started.
AWS, that's how AWS started. So I think that actually is a lesson to your point.
Yeah.
That won't guarantee success by any means.
Right.
But that'll get you hanging around a tree if the apple falls.
Yeah.
Okay.
As many good ideas as we have, you don't have all the world's
yeah.
good ideas. And the benefit of having developers is you get to see a lot of good ideas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, as we start to drift toward the end here, we've spent a lot of time on the past, and I want to think about the future a little bit. I'm sure you spend a lot of time on this, being on the cutting edge of AI. We're moving into an era where the productivity that software can accomplish when a person is using software can massively amplify the impact and the value that they're creating, which has to be amazing for humanity in the long run. In the short term, it's going to be inevitably bumpy as we sort of figure out what that means. What do you think some of the solutions are as AI gets more and more powerful and better at accelerating productivity for all the displaced jobs that are going to come from it?
Well, first of all, we have to keep AI safe. And there's a couple of different areas of AI safety that's really important. Obviously, in robotics and self-driving car, there's a whole field of AI safety, and we've dedicated ourselves to functional safety and active safety and all kinds of different areas of safety. When to apply human in the loop, when is it okay for human not to be in the loop? How do you get to a point where increasingly human doesn't have to be in the loop, but human largely in the loop? In the case of information safety, obviously bias, false information, and appreciating the rights of artists and creators, that whole area deserves a lot of attention. And you've seen some of the work that we've done. Instead of scraping the internet, we partnered with Getty and Shutterstock to create commercially fair way of applying artificial intelligence generative AI. In the area of large language models and the future of increasingly greater agency AI, clearly the answer is, for as long as it's sensible, and I think it's going to be sensible for a long time, is human in the loop. The ability for an AI to self-learn and improve and change out in the wild in a digital form should be avoided. And we should collect data, we should carry the data, we should train the model, we should test the model, validate the model before we release it on the wild again, so human is in the loop. There are a lot of different industries that have already demonstrated how to build systems that are safe and good for humanity, and obviously the way autopilot works for a plane, and two-pilot system, and then air traffic control, and redundancy and diversity, and all of the basic philosophies of designing safe systems apply as well in self-driving cars and so on and so forth. And so I think there's a lot of models of creating safe AI, and I think we need to apply them. With respect to automation, my feeling is that, and we'll see, but it is more likely that AI is going to create more jobs. And in the near term, the question is, what's the definition of near term? And the reason for that is the first thing that happens with productivity is prosperity. And prosperity, when the companies get more successful, they hire more people because they want to expand into more areas. And so the question is, if you think about a company and say, okay, if we improve the productivity, then they need fewer people. Well, that's because the company has no more ideas, but that's not true for most companies. If you become more productive and the company becomes more profitable, usually they hire more people to expand into new areas. And so long as we believe that there are more areas to expand into, that there are more ideas in drugs, there's drug discovery, there are more ideas in transportation, there are more ideas in retail, there are more ideas in entertainment, that there's more ideas in technology. So long as we believe that there are more ideas, the prosperity of the industry, which comes from improved productivity, results in hiring more people, more ideas. Now, go back in history, we can fairly say that today's industry is larger than the industry, the world's industries 1,000 years ago. And the reason for that is because obviously humans have a lot of ideas. And I think that there's plenty of ideas yet for prosperity, and plenty of ideas that can be begat from productivity improvements. But my sense is that it's likely to generate jobs. Now, obviously, net generation of jobs doesn't guarantee that any one human doesn't get fired. Okay, I mean that's obviously true, and it's more likely that someone will lose a job to someone else, some other human that uses an AI, and not likely to an AI, but to some other human that uses an AI. And so I think the first thing that everybody should do is learn how to use AI so that they can augment their own productivity. And every company should augment their own productivity to be more productive so that they can have more prosperity, hire more people. And so I think jobs will change. My guess is that we'll actually have higher employment. We'll create more jobs. I think industries will be more productive. And many of the industries that are currently suffering from lack of labor workforce is likely to use AI to get themselves off their feet and get back to growth and prosperity. So I see it a little bit differently, but I do think that jobs will be affected. And I'd encourage everybody just to learn AI.
This is appropriate. There's a version of something we talk about a lot on Acquired. We call it the Moritz corollary to Moore's Law, after Mike Moritz from Sequoia. And
Sequoia was the first investor in our company.
Yeah, of course, yeah. The great story behind it is that when Mike was taking over for Don Valentine with Doug, he was sitting and looking at Sequoia's returns, and he was looking at fund 3 or 4, I think it was 4 maybe, that had Cisco in it. And he was like, how are we ever going to top that? I can't, Don's going to have us beat. We're never going to beat that. And he thought about it and he realized that, well, as compute gets cheaper and it can access more areas of the economy because it gets cheaper and can get adopted more widely, well, then the markets that we can address should get bigger.
Yeah.
And AI, your argument is basically
exactly
AI will do the same thing.
Exactly. I just gave you exactly the same example. That in fact, productivity doesn't result in us doing less. Productivity usually results in us doing more. Everything we do will be easier, but we'll end up doing more.
Yeah.
Because we have infinite ambition. The world has infinite ambition, and so if a company is more profitable, they tend to hire more people to do more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Technology is a lever, and the place where the idea kind of falls down is that that we would be satisfied.
Humans have never-ending ambition.
No, humans will always expand and consume more energy and attempt to pursue more ideas. That has always been true of every version of our species.
Yeah.
Over time.
Now is a great time to share something new from our friends at Blinkist and Go1 that is very appropriate to this episode.
Yes, so personal story time. A few weeks ago, was scouring the web to find Jensen's favorite business books, which was proving to be difficult. I really wanted Blinkist to make blinks of each of those books so you could all access them. And I think I found 1 or 2 in random articles, but that just wasn't enough. So finally, before I gave up, as a last resort, I asked an AI chatbot, specifically Bard, to provide me a list and cite the sources of Jensen's favorite business books, and miraculously, it worked. Bard found books that Jensen had called out in public forums over the past several decades. So if you click the link in the show notes or go to blinkist.com/Jensen, you can get the blinks of all 5 of those books, plus a few more that Jensen specifically told us about later in the episode.
Yes, and we also have an offer from Blinkist and Go1 that goes beyond personal learning. Blinkist has handpicked a collection of books related to the themes of this episode. So tech innovation, leadership, the dynamics of acquisitions. These books offer the mental models to adapt to a rapidly changing technology environment.
And just like all other episodes, Blinkist is giving Acquired listeners an exclusive 50% discount on all premium content. This gives you key insights from thousands of books at your fingertips, all condensed into easy-to-digest summaries. And if you're a founder, a team lead, or an L&D manager, Blinkist also includes curated reading lists and progress tracking features, all overseen by a dedicated customer success manager to help your team flourish as you grow.
Yes. So to claim the whole free collection, unlock the 50% discount, and explore Blinkist's enterprise solution, simply visit blinkist.com/Jensen and use the promo code Jensen. Blinkist and their parent company, Go1, are truly awesome resources for your company and your teams as they develop from small startup to enterprise. Our thanks to them, and seriously, this offer is pretty awesome. Go take them up on it. We have a few lightning round questions we want to ask you, and then we have and then we have a very fun.
I can't think that fast.
We'll open
Fire
with an
away.
easy one based on all these conference rooms we see named around here. Favorite sci-fi book?
I've never read a sci-fi book before.
No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
What's
You're
with like
missing
the
out.
obsession with Star Trek and
Oh,
like?
just I watched a TV show. Yeah.
Okay, favorite sci-fi TV show.
Star Trek's my favorite.
Yeah.
Star Trek's my favorite.
I saw V'ger out there on the way in. It's a good conference room name.
V'ger's an excellent one. Yeah.
Yeah.
What car is your daily driver these days? And related question, do you
These
still have the
days-
Supra?
It's one of my favorite cars, and also favorite memories. You guys might not know this, but Lori and I got engaged Christmas one year, and we drove back in my brand new Supra, and we totaled it. We were this close to the end.
Thank God you didn't.
But nonetheless, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't the Supra's fault. But it's a remark. I love
The
that
one
car.
time when it wasn't the Supra's fault.
Yeah, I love that car. I'm driven these days for security reasons and others, but I'm driven in the Mercedes EQS. It's a great car.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, great car.
Nice.
Yeah.
Using NVIDIA technology?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, we're in we're the central computer. Yeah.
Sweet. I know we already talked a little bit about business books, but one or two favorites that you've taken something from.
Clay Christensen, I think, has the series is the best. I mean, there's just no two ways about it, and the reason for that is because it's so intuitive and so sensible. It's approachable. But I read a whole bunch of them, and I read just about all of them. I really enjoyed Andy Grover's books. They're all really good.
Awesome. Favorite characteristic of Don Valentine?
Grumpy but endearing. And what he said to me the last time as he decided to invest in our company, he says, "If you lose my money, I'll kill you."
Of course you did.
And then over the course of the decades, the years that followed, when something is nice written about us in Mercury News, it seems like he wrote it in a crayon. He'll say "Good job, Don." Just right over the newspaper. Just "Good job, Don." He mails it to me. And I hope I've kept them, but anyways, you could tell he's a real sweetheart, but he cares about the companies.
He's a special character.
Yeah, he's incredible.
What is something that you believe today that 40-year-old Jensen would have pushed back on and said, "No, I disagree"?
There's plenty of time. Yeah, there's plenty of time. If you prioritize yourself properly and you make sure that you don't let Outlook be the controller of your time, there's plenty of time.
Plenty of time in the day, plenty of time
do anything.
to achieve things.
Yeah,
Like,
to
yeah,
do
just
anything. Just don't do everything. Prioritize your life. Make sacrifices. Don't let Outlook control what you do every day. Notice I was late to our meeting, and the reason for that, by the time I looked up, oh my gosh, Ben and Dave are waiting. It's already.
We got time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
didn't stop this from being a great job.
No, but you have to prioritize your time really carefully, and don't let Outlook determine that.
Love that. What are you afraid of, if anything?
I'm afraid of the same things today that I was in the very beginning of this company, which is letting the employees down. You have a lot of people who joined your company because they believe in your hopes and dreams, and they've adopted it as their hopes and dreams, and you want to be right for them. You want to be successful for them. You want them to be able to build a great life as well as help you build a great company and be able to build a great career. You want them to have to enjoy all of that. And these days, I want them to be able to enjoy the things I've had the benefit of enjoying, and all the great success I've enjoyed. I want them to be able to enjoy all of that. And so I think the greatest fear is that you let them down.
At what point did you realize that you weren't going to have another job? That, like, this was it?
I don't change jobs. If it wasn't because of Chris and Curtis convincing me to do NVIDIA, I would still be at LSI Logic today. I'm certain of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I'm certain of it. I would keep doing what I'm doing, and at the time that I was there, I was completely dedicated and focused on helping LSI Logic be the best company it could be. And I was LSI Logic's best ambassador. I've got great friends that to this day that I've known from LSI Logic. It's a company I loved then, I love dearly today. I know exactly why I went, the revolutionary impact it had on chip design and system design and computer design. In my estimation, one of the most important companies that ever came to Silicon Valley and changed everything about how computers were made. It put me in the epicenter of some of the most important events in computer industry. It led me to meeting Chris and Curtis and Andy Bechtolsheim and John Rubinstein, and some of the most important people in the world, and Frank that I was with the other day, and the list goes on, and so LSI Logic was really important to me, and I would still be there. I would, who knows what LSI
Okay, more example. More example. They have yet to make a decision. They have yet to make a decision. They have in the future. If you have yet to do something. If you have yet to do something. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. If you have yet to do something, you have not done it. They have yet to make a decision. For examples, they issued funding yet to be exercised. They issued funding yet to be addressed. The issue of funding yet to be addressed. The new daytime soap opera. The new daytime soap opera has yet to show signs that it's connecting with the television audience. Evidence. Something about especially to looking for someone or something. Okay, not this. Evidence. Audience. Okay, the new daytime soap opera has yet to show signs that it's connecting with the television audience. The new daytime soap opera has yet to show signs that it's connecting. The new daytime soap opera has yet to show signs that it's connecting with the television audience. Don't panic. There's bags of time yet. Don't panic. Panic. A sudden strong feeling of fear. Don't panic. A sudden strong feeling or a sudden strong feeling of fear that prevents reasonable thought and action. Don't panic. There's bags of time yet. Don't panic. There's bags of time yet. Don't panic. There's bags of time yet. He won't be back. He won't be home for eggs. He won't be home for age yet. And he won't be home for age yet. Don't panic. There's bags of time yet. He won't be home for age yet. He won't be home for age yet. Oh, I spoke too much soon. Here he is now. Oh, I spoke. Oh, I spoke too soon. Here he is now. Okay, don't panic. There's bags of time yet. There's back time yet. She won't be home for age yet. She won't be home for age yet. Oh, she won't be home for ages yet. Panic. Don't panic. Suddenly strong feeling of fear. Ages. Age, time spent alive. To period of time someone has been alive or something have exist. Do you know age is ability? Do you know? Time spent alive. The period of time someone has been alive or something has existed. The period of time someone has been alive or something has existed. or something has existed. Do you know the age of that building? Do you know the age of that building? What age is your brother called? The period of time someone has been alive, so something exists. Age. Extra about my age. Do you know the age? Oh. Age. Period. A period of time in year. A particular period. A particular period in time. Don't panic. Those bags of time yet. She won't be home. She won't home for age yet. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Her is. I spoke too soon. Oh, I spoke too soon. Her haze no. The full details have yet. The full details have yet to be confirmed. 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 Even now. Even at this stage, we could yet succeed. You never know. Even at this stage over time. Okay, even now. Even at this stage, part. Even at this stage or time, a part of an activity or a period of development. Even at this stage at war time, we could yet succeed. We could yet succeed. You never know. We could yet succeed. You never know. Okay, might yet. You might yet prove me wrong. You might yet. Even know. You might yet prove me. You might yet prove me. You might yet prove me. Might yet. She may win yet. Even now. She may win yet. We might yet be able to book a vacation. We might yet be able to book a vacation. Okay, you might yet prove me wrong. You might yet prove me wrong. He may win yet. We might be able to book a vacation. We might yet be able to book a vacation. I might yet get rich. We might yet be able to book a vacation. I might yet get rich. it could yet turn out to be an important discovery. We could yet turn out to be an important discovery. It could yet turn out to be an important discovery. It could yet turn out to be an important discovery. It could yet turn out to be an important discovery. It may yet turn out to have been the correct decision. It may yet turn out. Even now yet. Stage part. A competent. Yet. It could yet turn in the future. It could even now it could yet turn. It could yet turn. It could yet turn out. It could yet turn out. It may yet. Even now. Even now, it turn out. It could yet turn out. It could yet turn out. It could yet turn out to be an important discovery. It could yet turn out to be an important discovery. It may yet turn out to have been the correct decision. It may yet turn out to have been the correct decision. It may yet turn out to have been the correct decision. It may yet turn out to have been the correct decision. It may yet turn out to have the correct It may yet turn out to have been the correct decision. More. You'd add emphasis. To add emphasis to words such as another and again. To add emphasis to words such as another and again. To add emphasis to words such as another and again. To add emphasis to words such as another and again, especially to show an emphasis. Increase. To more. To add emphasis. Important attention. Attention something. To add emphasis. To add emphasis to words such as another and again, especially to show an increase. Especially to show an increase in amount or the number of times something happens. To add emphasis to add emphasis to words such as another and again, especially to show an increase in amount or the number of times something happens. To add emphasis to words such as another and again, especially to show an increase in amount or the number of times something happens. Yet another. Rich but yet another. Pair of shoes. But yet another pair of shoes to add her collection. Rich bought yet another pair of shoes to add to her collection. Yet again. I'm sorry to bother you. Yet again. I'm sorry to bother you. Yet again. I'm sorry to bother you. Yet again. Yet again. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you yet again. I'm sorry to bother you yet again. I'm sorry to bother you yet again. Excuse me. Make something stage part. Account bank. Bother. Excuse. Excuse. Bother. Let me see. Make an effort. Make an effort to make the effort to do something. She hasn't even bothered. She hasn't even bothered to write. She hasn't even bothered to write. Make an effort. To make an effort to do something. To make the effort to do something. She hasn't even bothered to read. She haven't even bothered to. She haven't make the effort to do something. She haven't even make the effort to do something. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you yet again. I'm sorry to bother you yet again. She's given us yet more work to do. She's given us more work to do. She's given us yet more work to do. She's given us yet more work to do. Oh, too needed to pay. Or give something to someone. To need to pay or give something to someone because they have lent money to you, or in exchange for something they have done for you. To need to pay. To make to need to pay or give something. To need to pay or give something. To need to pay or give something to someone because they have lent to you. Because they have lent money to you, or in exchange for something they have done for you. I owe Janet $50. I owe Janet $50. I owe you a drink for helping me move. I owe you a drink. I owe you a drink I owe you a drink for helping me move. I owe you a drink for helping me move. I owe you a drink for helping me move. I owe you a drink for helping me move. I owe you a drink for helping me move. I owe you a drink for helping me move. I owe you a drink for helping me move. We still owe 1,000. We still owe 1,000 on our car. 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 We still need to pay. We still need to pay 1,000 before we owe our car. We still need to pay 1,000 before we owe our car. We still owe 1,000 on our car. We still need to pay $1,000. We still need to pay $1,000 before we own our car. We still need to pay 1,000 before we owe our car. We still need to pay 1,000 before we own our car. Okay. We still 1,000 on our car. We still need to pay $1,000 before we own our car. I think you owe me an explanation. Explanation. I think you owe me an explanation. I think you owe me an explanation. For examples, as I recall, he said with irritation. As I recall, he said with some irritation, you still owe me. With me irritation. Anger. The feeling, I said with some irritation. Anger. The feeling of being angry or annoyed, or something that makes you feel like that, or something that makes you feel like that, or something that makes you feel like this, or something make you feel like this. The feeling of being angry or annoyed. As I recall, he said with some irritation, you still owe me 150. You still owe me 100. As I recall, he said with as I don't recall, he said with some irritation. He said with some irritation, you still owe me. You said with some. He said with some irritation, you still owe me 150. It just struck me that I still owe you for the concert tickets. It just struck me that I still owe you for the concert tickets. When the concert ticket stop. Stop work. It just struck me that I still. It just struck me. It just struck me. It just struck me that they refuse to continue to work. Refuse, not accept. To refuse to continue work because of their argument with an employer about working condition, pay level, or job cuts. It just struck me that I still owe you for the concert tickets. It'll be difficult to sort out. How much each person owes. It'll be difficult to sort out. It'll be difficult to sort out how much each person owes. It'll be difficult to sort out how much each person owes. He'd better pay me back that. He'd better pay me back. Occupant, application, approach, come near. To come near or nearer to something or someone in space, time, quantity, or amount. Okay, let me see. Approach. It'll be difficult to sort out how much each person owes. Have debts. To need to pay or give something. To need to pay or give something to someone because they have no money to. Not this. Work. Have debt. More examples. I owe you unemployed. It's better. It's difficult to sort out. It's difficult to sort out. It's difficult to sort out. Sort out how much. Sort out. It'll be difficult to sort out how much each. It'll be difficult to sort out how much each person owes. It'll be difficult to sort out. It'll be difficult to sort out. It'll be difficult to sort out how much. It'll be difficult to sort out how much each person owes. It better pay me back. It better pay me the money he owes me soon, or else. He'd better pay me back. He'd better pay me back the money he owes me soon, or else. I owe you an apology. 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 I'm afraid I forgot to send Amanda that report. I owe you an apology. I'm afraid I forgot to send Amanda that report. I owe you an apology. I'm afraid I forgot to send Amanda that report. I owe you an apology. I'm afraid I forgot to send Amanda that report. As a result, to have success, happiness or job, only because of what someone has given you or done for you, or because of your own effort, or because of your own efforts. Or because to have success, happiness, or job, a job, only because of what someone has given you or done for you, or because of your own efforts. I owe you my success. I owe you my success to my education. I owe you my success. 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 I owe you my success to my education. He owes his knife. He owes his knife to the staff at the hospital. He owes his knife. He owes his knife to the staff. Where a person work for organization. Or a person work for organization. He owes his knife to the staff at the hospital. I owe everything to my parents. I am very grateful. I owe everything to my parents. I owe everything to my parents. I'm very grateful. I owe everything to my parents. I'm very grateful. He owes his knife. To the staff to the hospital. He owes his knife to the staff at the hospital. I owe my success. To my education. He owes his knife to the staff at the hospital. Have a debt. To have the responsibility to pay or give back something you have received from someone. To have the responsibility to pay or give back something you have received from someone. Have a debt. To have the responsibility to pay or give back something you have received from someone. Don't forget. You owe me $10. 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 Don't forget. Don't forget. No, don't forget. You owe me $10. Don't forget. You owe me $10. Don't forget. Don't forget. You owe me $10. Don't forget. You owe me $10. Don't forget. You owe me $10. Don't forget, you owe me $10. Let me see. Jason Huang. Okay, let me see. Oh.
This episode is
Why? Why you do this? Spotify. What? Continue. Stop.
This episode is brought to you by Theragun.
I think 20 years. My guess is what would happen is we would build robots,
software and hardware to do everything, and we would all be living in massive abundance. We would essentially be retired in the sense that none of us would have to work for any of the basics. We'd even have robotic nurses, we'd have like machine-driven hospitals, we'd have self-driving cars, we'd have farms that are 100% automated, we'd have clean energy. So at that point, we could use the technology breakthroughs to get everything that we wanted. And if anyone is still working at that point, they're working as a form of expressing their creativity. They're working because it's in them to contribute and to build and design things. So I don't think capitalism is evil. Capitalism is actually good. It's just that it gets hijacked. It gets hijacked by improper pricing of externalities. It gets hijacked by improper deals where like you have corruption or you have monopolies. Overall, capitalism is intrinsic to the human species. Capitalism is not something we invented. Capitalism is not even something we discovered. It is innate to us in every exchange that we have. When you and I exchange information, I want some information back from you, I give you information, you give me information. If we weren't having a good information exchange, you'd go talk to somebody else. So the notion of exchange and keeping track of credits and debits, this is built into us as flexible social animals. We are the only animals in the animal kingdom that cooperate across genetic boundaries. Most animals don't even cooperate, but when they do, they cooperate only in packs where they co-evolve together and they share blood, so they have some shared interest. Humans don't have that. And what lets us cooperate? It's because we can keep track of debits and credits, who put in how much work, who contributed how much. That's all free market capitalism is. So I strongly believe that it is innate to the human species, and we are going to create more and more wealth and abundance for everybody. Everybody can be wealthy, everybody can be retired, everybody can be successful. It is merely a question of education and desire. You have to want it. If you don't want it, that's fine, then you opt out of the game. But don't try and put down the people who are playing the game, because that's the game that keeps you in a comfortable, warm bed at night. That's the game that keeps a roof over your head. That's a game that keeps your supermarket stocked. That's the game that keeps the iPhone buzzing in your pocket. So it is a beautiful game that is worth playing ethically, rationally, morally, socially for the human race. And it's going to continue to make us all richer and richer until we have massive wealth creation for anybody who wants it.
And it's not just individuals secretly despising wealth, right? There's countries, groups, political parties that overtly despise wealth, or at least seem to.
That's right. And so what those countries, political parties, and groups are reduced to playing the zero-sum game of status. And in the process to destroy wealth creation, they drag everybody down to their level, which is why the U.S. is a very popular country for immigrants, because it's the American dream. Immigrants can come here pretty poor and then work really hard and make money and get wealthy, but even just make some basic money for their life. Obviously, the definition of wealth is different for different people. A first world citizen's definition of wealth might be, oh, I have to make billions of dollars and I'm completely done. Whereas to a third world poor immigrant just entering the country, and we were poor immigrants who came here when I was fairly young in the United States, wealth may just be a much lower number. It may just be like, I don't have to work a manual labor job for the rest of my life that I don't want to work. But groups that despise it will essentially bring the entire group down to that level. If you get too many takers and not enough makers, society falls apart. You end up with a communist country like Venezuela, right? They were so busy taking and dividing and reallocating that people are literally starving in the streets and losing kilograms of body weight every year just through sheer starvation. Another way to think about it is imagine an organism that has too many parasites. You actually need some small number of parasites to stay healthy, and you need a lot of symbiotes, like all the mitochondria in all of our cells that help us respirate and burn oxygen. These are symbiotes that help us survive. We can survive without them. But to me, those are partners in the wealth creation that creates the human body. But if you just were filled with parasites, if you got infected with worms or a virus or bacteria that were purely parasitical, you would die. So any organism can only withstand a small number of parasites, and when the parasitic element gets too far out of control, you die. So, that again, I'm talking about ethical wealth creation. I'm not talking about monopolies, I'm not talking about controlling capitalism, I'm not talking about mispriced externalities like the environment. I'm talking about free minds and free markets, small-scale exchange between humans that's voluntary and doesn't have an outsized impact on others. But I think that kind of wealth creation, if a society does not respect it, a group does not respect it, that society will plunge into ruin and darkness.
Obviously, we want to be wealthy and we want to get there in this lifetime without having to rely on luck. A lot of people think making money is about luck. It's not. It's about becoming the kind of person that makes money. I like to think that if I lost all my money and if you dropped me on a random street in any English-speaking country, within 5 to 10 years, I'd be wealthy again, right? Because it's just a skill set that I've developed and I think anyone can develop. In 1,000 parallel universes, you want to be wealthy in 999 of them. You don't want to be wealthy in the 50 of them where you got lucky. So we want to factor luck out of it. There's really 4 kinds of luck that we were talking about. This came from a book. Mark Andreessen wrote a blog post about it. But there's different kinds of luck. The first kind of luck you might just say is like blind luck, where I just got lucky because something completely out of my control happened. That's fortune, that's fate, etc. Then there's luck that comes through persistence, hard work, hustle, motion, which is when you're just running around creating lots of opportunities, you're generating a lot of energy, you're doing a lot of things, lots of things will just get stirred up in the dust. It's almost like mixing a petri dish and seeing what combines, or mixing a bunch of reagents and seeing what combines. You're just generating enough force and hustle and energy that luck will find you. A third way is that you just become very good at spotting luck. So if you are very skilled in a field, you will notice when a lucky break happens in that field when other people who aren't attuned to it won't notice. So you become sensitive to luck, and that's through skill and knowledge and work. And then the last kind of luck is the weirdest, hardest kind, but that's what we want to talk about, which is where you build a unique character, a unique brand, a unique mindset, where then luck finds you. For example, let's say that you're the best person in the world at deep sea underwater diving, and you're known to take on deep sea underwater dives that nobody else will even attempt to dare. And then by sheer luck, somebody finds a sunken treasure ship off the coast they can't get at. Well, their luck just became your luck, because they're going to come to you to get that treasure and you're going to get paid for it. Now that's an extreme example, but it's just showing how the person who got lucky by finding the treasure chest, that was blind luck. But them coming to you and asking you to extract it and having to give you half, that's not luck. You created your own luck. You put yourself in a position to be able to capitalize on that luck, or to attract that luck when nobody else has created that opportunity for themselves. So when we talk about without getting lucky, we want to be deterministic. We don't want to leave the chance.
Do you want to elaborate a little bit more on the idea that in 1,000 parallel universes you want to get rich in 999 of them? I think some people are going to see that and say, that sounds impossible, sounds like it's too good to be true.
No, I don't think it's impossible. I think that you may have to work a little bit harder at it given your starting circumstances. I mean, remember, I started as a poor kid in India, right? So if I can make it, anybody can, in that sense. Now, obviously, I had all my limbs and I had my mental faculties and I did have an education. So there are some prerequisites you can't get past. But if you're listening to this video or podcast, you probably have the requisite means at your disposal, which is a functioning body and a functioning mind. And I've encountered plenty of bad luck along the way. The first little fortune that I made, I instantly lost in the stock market. The second little fortune that I made, or I should have made, I got cheated by my business partners. It's only the third time around has been a charm, and even then it has been a slow and steady struggle. And I haven't made money in my life in one giant payout. It's always been a whole bunch of small things piling up. So it's more about consistently creating wealth by creating businesses and creating opportunities and creating investments. It hasn't been like a giant one-off thing. My personal wealth has not been generated by one big year. It just stacks up little bit chips at a time. More options, more businesses, more investments, more things I can do. Same way, someone like a Ninad, Illustratus, he's building his brand online, he's building videos. It's not like any one video is going to suddenly shower him with riches overnight. It's going to be a long lifetime of learning, of reading, of creating, that's just going to compound. So we're talking about getting wealthy so you can retire, so you have your freedom.
not retired in the sense that you don't do anything, but in the sense that you don't have to be any place you don't want to be. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. And you can wake up when you want, you can sleep when you want, you don't have a boss. That's freedom. So we're talking about enough wealth to get to freedom. And especially thanks to the internet these days, those opportunities are massively abundant. I, in fact, have too many ways to make money. I don't have enough time. I literally have opportunities pouring out of my ears. And the thing I keep running out of is time. There's just so many ways to create wealth, to create products, to create businesses, to create opportunities, and to, as a byproduct, get paid by society that I just can't even handle it all.
I think it's pretty interesting that the first three kinds of luck that you described, there are very common cliches for them that everybody knows. And then for that last kind of luck that comes to you out of the unique way that you act, there's no real cliche for it. So for the first three kinds, there's dumb luck or blind luck. That's the first kind of luck. The second kind of luck is the cliche that fortune favors the bold. That's a person who gets lucky just by stirring the pot and acting. The third kind of luck, people say that chance favors the prepared mind. But for the fourth kind of luck, there is not really a common cliche out there that matches the unique character of your action, which I think is interesting and perhaps an opportunity. And it also just shows that people aren't necessarily taking advantage of that kind of luck the way they should be.
I think also at that point, it starts becoming so deterministic that it stops being luck. So the definition starts fading from luck to more destiny. So I would characterize that fourth one is you build your character in a certain way, and then your character becomes your destiny. One of the things I think that is important to making money, you want the kind of reputation that makes people do deals through you. You know, I use the example of like if you're a great diver, then treasure hunters will come and give you a piece of treasure for your diving skills. If you're a trusted, reliable, high integrity, long-term thinking deal maker, then when other people want to do deals, but they don't know how to do them in a trustworthy manner with strangers, they will literally approach you and give you a cut of the deal or offer you a unique deal just because of the integrity and reputation that you've built up. Warren Buffett, he gets offered deals and he gets to buy companies and he gets to buy warrants and bail out banks and do things that other people can't do because of his reputation. But of course that's fragile. It has accountability on the line. It has a strong brand on the line, and as we will talk about later, that comes with accountability attached. But I would say your character, your reputation, these are things that you can build that then will let you take out advantages of opportunities that other people may characterize as lucky, but you know that it wasn't.
All right.
You said that this fourth kind of luck is more or less a destiny. There's a quote from that original book that was in Mark's blog post from Benjamin Disraeli, who I think was the former Prime Minister of the UK. The quote to describe this kind of luck was, "We make our fortunes and we call them fate." There were a couple other interesting things about this kind of luck that were mentioned in the blog post I think will be good for the listeners to hear about, is that this fourth kind of luck can almost come out of eccentric ways that you do your things, and that eccentricity is not necessarily a bad thing in this case. In fact, it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because the world is a very efficient place. So everyone has dug through all the obvious places to dig. And so to find something that's new and novel and uncovered, it helps to be operating on a frontier, where right there you have to be a little eccentric to be out on the frontier by yourself. And then you just have to be willing to dig deeper than other people do, deeper than seems irrational just because you're interested.
Yeah, the two quotes that I've seen that express this kind of luck, in addition to that Benjamin Disraeli one, are this one from Sam Altman where he said, "Extreme people get extreme results." I think that's pretty nice. And then there's this other one from Jeffrey Pfeffer, who's a professor at Stanford.
One of the worst lumberjacks, right? It's not going to be a gigantic difference. So you want to look for professions and careers where the inputs and the outputs are highly disconnected. This is another way of saying that you want to look for things that are leveraged. And by leverage, I don't mean financial leverage alone, like Wall Street uses, and that has a bad name. I'm just talking about tools. We're using tools. Computer is a tool that software engineers use. If I'm a lumberjack with bulldozers and automatic robot axes and saws, I'm going to be using tools and have more leverage than someone who's just using his bare hand and trying to rip the trees out by their roots. tools and leverage are what create this disconnection between input and output. Creativity, so the higher the creativity component of the profession, the more likely it is to have disconnected inputs and outputs. So I think that if you're looking at professions where your inputs and your outputs are highly connected, it's going to be very, very, very hard to create wealth and make wealth for yourself in that process.
Any other big things you should avoid other than renting out your time?
Yeah, there are 2 tweets that I put out that are related. So the first one I was talking about, we were talking about like how your lifestyle, has to upgrade, shouldn't get upgraded too fast. And that one said, people who are living far below their means enjoy a freedom that people busy upgrading their lifestyle just can't fathom. And I think that's very important, like just to not upgrade your lifestyle all the time to maintain your freedom. And it just gives you a freedom of operation. Once you make a little bit of money, you still want to be living like your old self, so that just the worry goes away. So don't run out to upgrade that house and lifestyle and all that stuff. Let's say you're going to pay $1,000 an hour. The problem is that when you go into a work lifestyle like that, you don't just suddenly go from making $20 an hour to making $1,000 an hour. That's a progression over a long career. And as that happens, one subtle problem is that you upgrade your lifestyle as you make more and more money. And that upgrading of the lifestyle ups what you consider to be wealth, and you stay in this wage slave trap. So I forget who said it, maybe it was Nassim Taleb, but he said, the most dangerous things are heroin and a monthly salary, right? Because they're highly addictive. The way you want to get wealthy is you want to be poor and working and working and working. And this is, for example, how the tech industry works, where you don't make any money for 10 years, and then suddenly in year 11, you might have a giant payday, which is, by the way, one reason why these very high marginal tax rates for the so-called wealthy are flawed, because the highest risk-taking, most creative professions literally lose money for a decade of your life while you take massive risk and you bleed and bleed and bleed, and then suddenly in year 11 or year 15, you might have one single big payday. But then, of course, Uncle Sam show up and say, hey, you know what, you just made a lot of money this year, therefore you're rich, therefore you're evil, and you got to hand it all over to us. So it just destroys those kinds of creative risk-taking professions. But ideally, you want to make your money in discrete lumps, separated over long periods of time, so that your own lifestyle does not have a chance to adapt quickly, and then you can say, okay, now I'm done, now I'm retired, now I'm free. I'm still going to work because you got to do something with your life, but I'm going to work on only the things that I want, when I want, and it's going to be much more creative expression and much less about money.
You're not going to get rich renting out your time, but you say that you will get rich by giving society what it wants, but does not yet know how to get at scale.
That's right. So essentially, as we talked about before, money is IOUs from society saying, you did something good in the past, now here's something that we owe you for the future. And so society will pay you for creating things that it wants. But society doesn't yet know how to create those things. Because if it did, it wouldn't need you. They would already be stamped out big time. Almost everything in your house, in your workplace, and on the street used to be technology at one point in time. There was a time when oil was technology that made J.D. Rockefeller rich. There was a time when cars were technology that made Henry Ford rich. So technology is just a set of things, as Alan Kay said, that don't quite work yet. Once something works, it's no longer technology. So society always wants new things. And if you want to be wealthy, you want to figure out which one of those things you can provide for society that it does not yet know how to get, but it will want. That's natural to you and within your skill set, within your capabilities. And then you have to figure out how to scale it. Because if you just build one of it, that's not enough. You've got to build thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of them. So everybody can have one. Steve Jobs and his team, of course, figured out that society would want smartphones, computer in their pocket that had all the phone capability times 100 and be easy to use. So they figured out how to build that, and then they figured out how to scale it, and they figured out how to get one into every first world citizen's pocket, and eventually every third world citizen too. And so because of that, they're handsomely rewarded, and Apple is the most valuable company in the world.
The way I tried to put it was that the entrepreneur's job is to try to bring the high end to the mass market.
It starts as high end. First, it starts as an act of creativity. First, you create it just because you want it. You want it, and you know how to build it, and you need it, and so you build it for yourself. Then you figure out how to get it to other people, and then for a little while, rich people had it. Like, for example, rich people had chauffeurs, and then they had black town cars, and then Uber came along, and everyone's private driver was available to everybody. And now you can even see Uber pools that are replacing shuttle buses because it's just more convenient. And then you get scooters, which are even further down market of that. So you're right, it's about distributing what rich people used to have to everybody. But the entrepreneur's job starts even before that, which is creation. Entrepreneurship is essentially an act of creating something new from scratch, predicting the society will want it, and then figuring out how to scale it and get it to everybody in a profitable way and self-sustaining.
Let's look at this next tweet, which I thought was cryptic and also super interesting about the kind of job or career that you might have. You said the internet has massively broadened the possible space of careers. Most people haven't figured this out yet.
The fundamental property of the internet, more than any other single thing, is it connects every human to each other human on the planet. You can now reach everyone, whether it's by emailing them personally, whether it's by broadcasting to them on Twitter, whether it's by posting something on Facebook that they find, whether it's by putting a website they come and access. It connects everyone to everyone. So the internet is an inter-networking tool. It connects everybody. That is its superpower. So you want to use that. What that helps you figure out is that the internet means that you can find your audience for your product or your talent and skill, no matter how far away they are. For example, Nenad, who is Illustratus, if he was in these videos pre-internet, how would he get the message out there? It would just be, what would he do? He would run around where he lives in his neighborhood, showing it to people on a computer or a screen, or he would try to get it played in his local movie theater. It was impossible. It only works because he can put it on the internet. And then how many people in the world are really interested in it, or even interested in what we're talking about, are really going to absorb it, right? It's going to be a very small subset of humanity. The key is being able to reach them. So what the internet does is allows any niche obsession, which could be just the weirdest thing. It could be like people who collect snakes, to like people who like to ride hot air balloons, to people who like to sail around the world by themselves, just one person on a craft, or someone who's obsessed with miniature cooking, like there's this whole Japanese miniature cooking phenomenon, or there's a show about a woman who goes to people's houses and tidies it up, right? So whatever niche obsession you have, the internet allows you to scale. Now that's not to say that what you build will be the next Facebook will reach billions of users, but if you just want to reach 50,000 passionate people like you, there's an audience out there for you. So the beauty of this is that we have 7 billion beings on this planet. The combinatorics of human DNA are incredible. Everyone is completely different. You'll never meet any two people who are vaguely similar to each other that can substitute for each other. It's not like you can say, well, Nibby just left my life, so I can have this other person come in and he's just like Nibby, and I get the same feelings, the same responses, and the same ideas. No, there are no substitutes for people. People are completely unique. So given that each person has different skill sets, different interests, different obsessions, and it's that diversity that becomes a creative superpower. So each person can be creatively superb at their own unique thing. But before, that didn't matter, because if you were living in a little fishing village in Italy, like your fishing village didn't necessarily need your completely unique skill, and you had to conform to just the few jobs that were available. But now, today, you can be completely unique. You can go out on the internet and you can find your audience, and you can build a business and create a product and build wealth and make people happy, just uniquely expressing yourself through the internet. The space of careers has been so broad. Esports players, people making millions of dollars playing Fortnite, people creating videos and uploading them, YouTube broadcasters, bloggers, podcasters. Joe Rogan, I read, true or false, I don't know, but I read that he's going to make about $100 million a year on his podcast, and he's had 2 billion downloads. Even PewDiePie, this is a hilarious tweet that I retweeted the other day. PewDiePie is the #1 trusted name in news. This is a kid, I think, in Sweden, and he's got 3 times the distribution of the top cable news networks, just on his news channel, not even on his entertainment channel. The internet enables any niche interest, as long as you're the best at it, to scale out. And the great news is, because every human is different, everyone is the best at something, being themselves. Another tweet I have that is worth reading in, but didn't go into this tweet storm, was a very simple one. I like things when I can compress them down, because they're easy to remember and easy to hook on to. But that one was, escape competition through authenticity. So when you're competing with people, it's because you're copying them. It's because you're trying to do the same thing. But every human is different. Don't copy. I know we're mimetic creatures, and Rene Girard has a whole mimesis theory, but it's much easier than that. Don't imitate. Don't copy. Just do your own thing. No one can compete with you on being you. It's that simple. And so the more authentic you are with who you are and what you love to do, the less competition you're going to have. So you can escape competition through authenticity when you realize that no one can compete with you on being you. And normally that would have been useless advice pre-internet. Post-internet, you can turn that into a career.
Talk a little bit about what industries you should think about working in, what kind of job you should have, and who you might want to work with. So you said one should pick an industry where you can play long-term games with long-term people. Why?
Yeah, this is an insight into what makes Silicon Valley work and what makes high-trust societies work. Essentially, all the benefits in life come from compound interest, whether it's in relationships or making money or in learning. So compound interest is a marvelous force where it's like, you start out with 1x what you have, and then if you increase 20% a year for 30 years, it's not that you got 30 years times 20% added on, it was compounding. So it just grew until you suddenly got a massive amount of whatever it is, whether it's goodwill or love or relationships or money. So I think compound interest is a very important force. So you have to play a long-term game. And long-term games are good not just for compound interest, they're also good for trust. If you look at Prisoner's Dilemma type games, the solution to Prisoner's Dilemma is tit for tat, which is I'm just going to do to you what you did last time to me with some forgiveness in case there was a mistake made. But that only works in an iterated Prisoner's Dilemma. In other words, if you play the game multiple times. So if you're in a situation, like for example, you're in Silicon Valley, where people are doing business with each other and they know each other, they trust each other, then they do right by each other because they know this person will be around for the next game. Now, of course, that doesn't always work because you can make so much money in one move in Silicon Valley. Sometimes people betray each other because they're just like, I'm going to get rich enough off of this that I don't care. So there can be exceptions to all these circumstances. But essentially, if you want to be successful, you have to work with other people and you have to figure out who can you trust and who can you trust over a long period of time that you can just keep playing the game with them so that compound interest and high trust will make it easier to play the game and will let you collect the major rewards, which are usually at the end of the cycle. So for example, Warren Buffett has done really well as an investor in the U.S. stock market, but the biggest reason he could do that is because the U.S. stock market has been stable and around and didn't get, for example, seized by the government during a bad administration, or the U.S. didn't plunge into some war. The underlying platform didn't get destroyed. So in his case, he was playing a long-term game, and the trust came from the U.S. stock market stability. In Silicon Valley, the trust comes from the network of people in the small geographic area that you figure out over time who you can work with and who you can't. If you keep switching locations, you keep switching groups. Let's say you started out in the woodworking industry and you built up a network there and you're working hard, you're trying to build a product in the woodworking industry. And then suddenly another industry comes along that's adjacent but different, but you don't really know anybody in it and you want to dive in and make money there. If you keep hopping from industry to, no, actually I need to open a line of electric car stations for electric car refueling. That might make sense. It might be the best opportunity, but every time you reset, every time you wander out of where you built your network, you're going to be starting from scratch. You're not going to know who to trust. They're not going to trust you. There are also industries in which people are transient by definition. They're always coming in and going out. Politics is an example of that, right? In politics, new people are being elected. You see in politics that when you have a lot of old-timers, like the Senate, people who've been around for a long time and they've been career politicians, yeah, there's a lot of downside to career politicians, like corruption, but an upside is they actually get deals done with each other because they know the other person's going to be in the same position 10 years from now, and they're going to keep dealing with them, so they might as well learn how to cooperate. Whereas every time you get like a new incoming freshman class in the House of Representatives, which turns over every 2 years, the big wave election, nothing gets done because there's a lot of fighting. Because I just got here, I don't know you, I don't know if you're going to be around, why should I work with you, rather than just trying to do whatever I think is right. So it's important to pick an industry where you can play long-term games and with long-term people. So those people have to signal that they're going to be around for a long time, that they're ethical, and their ethics are visible through their action.
In a long-term game, it seems that everybody is making each other rich, and in a short-term game, it seems like everybody's making themselves rich.
I think that is a brilliant formulation. Yeah, in a long-term game, it's positive sum. We're all baking the pie together. We're trying to make it as big as possible. in a short-term game, we're cutting up the pie. Now, this is not to excuse the socialists, right? The socialists are the people who are not involved in baking the pie, who show up at the end and say, I want a slice or I want the whole pie. They show up with the guns. But I think a good leader doesn't take credit. A good leader tries to inspire people so the team gets the job done. And then things get divided up according to fairness and who contributed how much, or as close to as possible, and took risk, as opposed to just whoever has the longest knife, the sharpest knife.
So these next two tweets are play-iterated games. All returns in life, whether in wealth, relationships, or knowledge, come from compound interest.
Yeah, when you've been doing business with somebody, you've been friends with somebody for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, it just gets better and better because you trust them so easy that the friction goes down. You can do bigger and bigger things together. For example, the simplest one is getting married to someone, having kids, and raising children. Like, that's compound interest, right? Investing in those relationships. Those relationships end up being invaluable compared to more casual relationships. It's true in health and fitness. The fitter you are, the easier it is to stay fit. Whereas the more you deteriorate your body, the harder it is to come back and claw your way back to a baseline. It requires heroic acts.
Regarding compound interest, I think I saw you retweet something a while back. Maybe it was from Ed Lattimore. It went something along the lines of get some traction, get purchase, and don't lose it. So the idea was to gain some initial traction and never fall back. Just keep ratcheting up and up.
I don't remember it exactly, but I think that was right. Yeah, it was like get traction and don't let go. It was a good one, yeah. In terms of pick people to work with that have high intelligence, high energy, and high integrity, I find that's the three-part checklist that you cannot compromise on. You need someone who's smart, or they're heading in the wrong direction, and you're not going to end up in the right place. You need someone high energy because the world is full of smart, lazy people. We all know people in our lives who are really smart, but can't get out of bed or lift a finger. And we also know people who are very high energy but not that smart, so they work hard but they're running in the wrong direction. And smart, it's not a pejorative. It's not meant to be like someone's smart, someone else is stupid, but it's more that everyone's smart at different things. So depending on what you want to do well, you have to find someone who's smart at that thing. And then energy, a lot of times people are unmotivated for a specific thing, but they're not motivated for other things. So for example, someone might be really unmotivated to go to a job and sit in an office, but they might be really motivated to go paint, right? Well, in that case, they should be a painter. They should be putting art up on the internet, kind of figure out how to build a career out of that, rather than wearing a collar around their neck and going to a dreary job. And then high integrity is the most important, because otherwise, you got the other two, what you have is you have a smart and hardworking crook who's eventually going to cheat you. So you have to figure out the person's high integrity, and as we talked about, the way you do that is through signals, and signals is what they do, not what they say. It's all the nonverbal stuff that people do when they think nobody's looking.
With respect to the energy, there was this interesting thing from Sam Altman a while back where he was talking about delegation, and he was saying one of the important things for delegation is delegate to people who are actually good at the thing that you want them to do. It's the most obvious thing, but it seems like you want to partner with people who are naturally going to do the things that you want them to do.
Yeah, I almost won't start a company or hire a person or work with somebody if I just don't think they're into what I want them to do. When I was younger, I used to try and talk people into things. That was this idea that you can sell someone into doing something, but you can't. You can't keep them motivated. You can get them inspired initially. It might work if you're a king like Henry V and you're trying to get them to just charge into battle, and then they'll figure it out. But if you're trying to keep someone motivated for the long term, that motivation has to come intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know that socially, if someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in their life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else, which is, I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You will always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things. Because ego can be undeserved, but self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists. Their beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option, where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing what's not work. That's why I say rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lend money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but
they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now, they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders. And these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean. In good ecosystems, I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure, and so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like, an example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. Let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put in the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruin the family name. So I think these days the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin in the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin in the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin in the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin in the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin in the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people of fundamental.
Capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication.
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is Normally, I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. Then just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage. And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's kind of a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it so you get a Warren Buffett type, but deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is a new form of leverage. This is only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press, it accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage.
Sure.
Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message, they would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires. So last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie. I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it, because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's going to be these robots, and they're going to be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers, all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and their delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. The ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of people and robots, of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling time, it's a signaling good. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world is wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like, food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so, to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food. Or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, the human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are sort of equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. Technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive, massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because, that's something that bored rich people do to show off. And we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is a diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost money for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square. So the difference is in the square. And so you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right? Your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody. Because they want everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses are natural monopolies. Even ride sharing tends towards one winner-take-all system. Like Uber will always have better economics than Lyft as long as it's moving more drivers and more riders around. Something like Google, there's basically only one viable search engine. I do like DuckDuckGo, privacy reasons, but they're just always going to be behind because of network effects. Twitter, right? Where else would you go for microblogging? Even YouTube has weak network effects, but they're still powerful enough. There's really no number 2 site that you go to consume your video on a regular basis. It even turns out in e-tail, Amazon, Prime, and convenience, stored credit cards and information creates a powerful network effect. So what is a network effect? Let's just define it precisely. A network effect is when each additional user adds value to the existing user base. So your users themselves are creating some value for the existing users. The classic example that I think everybody can understand is language. Let's say that there's 100 people who live in the community and speak 10 different languages, and each person just speaks one of those 10. Well, you're having to translate all the time. It's incredibly painful. But if all 100 of you spoke the same language, it would add tremendous value. And so the way that community will play out is 10 people start out speaking 10 languages. So let's say that one extra person learns English. Well, now all of a sudden, 11 people know English. So the next person comes in to learn a new language, probably going to choose English. At some point, let's say English gets to 20 or 25 people, it's done. It's just going to own the entire language marketplace, and the rest of the languages will get competed out. Which is why long term, the entire world is probably going to end up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French or you only spoke German, or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's a really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, but that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor all said and done $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge, because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there, even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it, and all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's...
Okay. Let me see. Have a debt. To have the responsibility to pay or give back something. Give back something. To have the responsibility. To have the responsibility to pay or give back something you have received from someone. Okay? Don't forget you owe me $10. Be grateful. To be grateful to someone or something because of what the person or them provided or made possible. To be grateful to someone or something because of what the person or them provided. To be grateful to someone or something because of what the person or them provided or made possible. Okay, let me see. Be grateful. To be grateful to someone. Be grateful. Don't forget, you owe me $10. Be grateful. Let me see. Okay. Be grateful to someone. To be grateful to someone or something because of one person or something provided or something. Okay. To be grateful to someone or something because of what the person or thing provided or made possible. Give something need. Give some. Give someone need. Grateful. Education provided. Supply. To give someone something that they need. Yeah, I'm right. Give something to another person. Provided. 对。正常原因吧。Yeah. Provided. 我怎么糊了？聚焦一下。OK. Provided. 这样倒是挺好。但是太暗，不行。To be grateful to someone or something because of what the person was provided or made possible. I owe a lot to my parents. Who have always supported and encouraged me. I owe a lot to my parents. I owe a lot to my parents who have always supported and encouraged me. I owe a lot to my parents who have always support and encouraged me. I owe a lot to my parents. I owe a lot to my parents who have always supported and encouraged me. I owe a lot to my parents. I owe a lot to my parents who have always supported and encouraged me. Give something or give something to give someone something that they need. Give someone something that they need. Okay, encourage. Encourage. To make someone more likely to do something, or to make something more likely to happen. To make someone more likely to do something. More likely. To make someone more likely to do something, or to make something more likely to happen, or to make something more likely to happen. To make someone more likely to happen. More likely. I was making that more likely. I was making that more likely. Is that right? to make someone more likely to do something. To make someone more likely to do something, or to make something more likely to happen. To make someone more likely to do something, or to make something more likely to happen. To make someone more likely to do something, or to make something more likely to happen. To make someone more likely to do something, or to make something more likely to happen. We were encouraged to learn foreign languages at school. We were encouraged to learn foreign languages at school. We were encouraged to learn foreign languages at school. To make someone more likely to make someone more likely to do something, or to make something more likely to happen. We were encouraged to learn foreign languages at school. We were encouraged to learn foreign language school. Okay, we were encouraged to learn foreign languages at school. Okay, I owe a lot to my parents. I owe a lot to my parents who have always supported and encouraged me. Whatsoever you after negative. No. Okay. You after no negative. Use after a negative phrase. Negative. Expression no. Use after a negative phrase to add emphasis, 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 emphasis. Emphasis. The particular importance or attention. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. That is given to something. That is given to something. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. Okay, the particular importance or attention that is given to something. 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 The particular importance or attention or the particular importance or attention that is the particular importance or attention that is given to something. That is given to something. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. That is given to something. Okay, the particular importance or attention that is given to something. That is given to something. That is given to something. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. 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 Emphasis. I think we should put as much emphasis on preventing disease as we do on current. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. Emphasis. I think we should put as much emphasis on preventing disease as we do on curing it. Emphasis on school here. Great emphasis on writing work and grammar. The particular importance. Okay. Used after negative to add emphasis to the idea that is being expressed. To the idea that is being expressed. Used after a negative phrase to add emphasis to the idea that is being expressed. Okay. Whatsoever. She has no respect for authority whatsoever. She has no respect for authority whatsoever. She has no respect for authority as whatsoever. I can honestly say that I have no interest whatsoever. Emphasis, importance or attention that is given to something. Geez. Which what's a word? Honest. In a way that is honest. In a way that is honest. I can honestly say that. Okay. In a way that is honest. Honest. Fairly telling the truth, or be able to trust, and not likely to steal, cheat, or lie. Telling the truth, or be able to trust, and not likely to steal, cheat, or lie. Telling the truth. She was calm. Okay, telling the truth or be able to trust. Telling the truth or be able to trust and not likely to steal, cheat, or lie. I can honestly say that I have no interest whatsoever in the British Royal family. I can honestly say that I have no interest whatsoever in the British royal family. I can honestly say that I have no interest whatsoever in the British royal family. I can honestly say that I have no interest whatsoever in the British royal family. I can honestly say that I have no interest whatsoever in the British royal family. There is no evidence. Looking for something about someone. Honestly, telling the truth or be able to trust. Evidence. No evidence. Fact, information, that give reason believe something like that. Okay, about facts, information, arguments. That give reason to believe that something is true. That give reason facts. That give reason to believe that something is true. That give reason to believe that something is true. That something is true. That give reason that something is true. Okay. I can read something true. Facts, information, arguments that give reason to believe that something is true. Okay, let me say there is no evidence whatever. There is no evidence whatever to show. There is no evidence whatever to show that this is in fact the case. That this is in fact the case. Did you have any idea what was happening at the time? Did you have any idea what was happening at the time? None whatsoever. Did you have any idea? Did you have any idea what was happening at the time? None whatsoever. Did you have any idea what was happening at that time? Did you have any idea what was happening at the time? None whatsoever. Pick, choose. To take some things and leave others. To take some things and leave others. Okay? To take some things and leave others. Pick a card from the pack. Pick a card from the pack. Pick a card from the pack. Okay, let me see. Be picked for one of my sisters sisters. One of my sisters has been picked for the be picked for. One of my sisters has been picked for the Olympic team. One of my sister has been picked for the Olympic team. Infinitive. Okay, she was picked to play for the team. To play. What more was this? Olympic. Infective. Infinitive verb. Please. Oh my god.名词加动词加名词短语加不定式动词。Oh, what this? I want to be. I forced him to go. Me. I want to mute now. 不定式是什么鬼？ To play. 不带 to 的不定式。To leave. To. Okay, infinitive. She was picked to play for the team. Pick someone. Please ask. Okay. Go away. Please come. Please. Please ask him if he could pick the killer. Please ask him if he could pick the killer from a series of photos. Please ask him if he could the killer from a series of photos. Please ask him if I could pick the killer from a series of photos. Please ask him if he could pick the killer from a series of photos. Pick someone out of a hat. Pick something 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 out of a hat. The fairest. Okay. Pick something out of a hat. The fairest way to decide the winner is to pick a name. The fairest way to decide the winner is to pick a name out of a hat, without looking or choose. The fairest way to decide the winner is to pick a name out of a hat. The fairest way to decide the winner is to pick a name out of a hat. Okay, without looking or choose. Okay, the first way to decide the winner is to pick a name out of a hat without looking or choosing. Okay, let me see. The first way to decide the winner is to pick a name out of a hat without looking or choosing. Be picked at riding. The winning number will be picked at random. The winning number be picked at random. The winning number. Okay, will be picked at random without choosing. Okay, red. The winning ladder. The winning numbers will be picked at random without choosing. The winning ladder numbers will be picked at random without choosing. The winning ladder. Okay, and I'm looking for I'm looking for the how can I go there? Okay, they picked up their way. Okay, the winning ladder number will be picked at red. They picked at red. They picked at red straight. Okay, let me see. They picked at red. The winning ladder numbers will be picked at red. Okay, pick your. They picked their way. They picked their way down the broken step. They picked their way down the broken step. Carefully choose a route. Okay, they picked their way down the broken step. They picked their way down the broken steps. They picked their way down the broken steps. They picked their way down the broken steps. His brilliant at picked winners. His brilliant at picking winners. A brilliant at picking winners, choosing what will be successful. He's brilliant at picking winners, choosing what will successful. He's brilliant at picking winners. He's brilliant at picking winners, choosing what will successful. He's brilliant at picking winners. Choose what will successful. He's brilliant at picking winners. He's brilliant at picking winners. Choose what will be successful. Okay. They picked their way down the broken steps. They picked their way down the steps. Let me see. Okay.好黑呀，这个是。Okay. Let me see. The picked their way down the broken steps. I'm looking for the gem. value, worst, bad, worst, the worst quality. Discuss. To talk about a subject with someone and telling each other and tell each other your idea or opinion. Said agree to reach a decision or an agreement about something. Panic. A thunderstorm feeling of fear that prevents reasonable thought and action. Age, stage, part. Discuss. Expression is quiet, complete quiet, without any sound. Symbols. Okay, let me see. A state of confession, value, relation, or message. Okay, symbols. I see. The fact of showing no care, no. Okay. Smooth meals. The fact of showing no care or respect for something. The fact of showing no care or respect. Symbol. Badly. A state of confession, bad condition, or messiness, or something that is in this state, or something that is in this state. Sector, economic area. One of the area into economic sector. Okay, in the financial sector, in the design sector, they are non-core sector, but they are useful for core. Okay, let me see. Headbrain peak mode. Do you want to have your peak use number for my? Do you want to help me pick some number for my lettering? Take it. Remove. Let me see. BP. The only number letter. We picked with that downstairs on the book. Careful choose. Done. They picked their way down this broken step. Down the broken step. Okay. See that. They picked their way down the broken step. Brilliant at picking winners. Brilliant at picking winners. Choose what will be successful. 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 Pick and choose. To take something but not others. Pick and choose. To take some things but not others. They which at universities can pick and choose which students they pick. To take some things but not others. They which as university can pick and the richest, to take something from another, to take two richest universities that can pick and choose. Pick and choose. The richest university can pick and choose which students they take. To remove separate, or small pieces from something, especially with the fingers. Pick something up something. Pick something up something. I picked a piece of fluff. I picked a piece of fluff from my shiny black suit. I picked a piece of fluff from my shiny black suit. Okay, I pick something up something. I picked a piece of fluff. I picked a piece of fluff of my shiny black suit. Pick. The child continued picking. The child continued picking a score. The child continued picking a score on his neck. The child continued picking. The child continued picking a score on his neck, trying to remove part of it with his fingers. Trying to remove part of it with his fingers. Pick your nose. He kept picking his nose. Removing mucus from it with his finger. He kept picking his nose. Removing mucus from it with his finger. Okay, he kept picking his nose. Remove mucus from it with his finger. Okay, he kept picking his nose. He kept picking his nose. Removing mucus from it with his finger. Okay, he kept picking his nose. Removing mucus from it with his finger. He kept picking his nose, removing mucus from it with his finger. Removing mucus from it with his finger. He kept picking his nose, removing mucus from it with his finger. Removing mucus from it with his finger. Okay, he kept picking his nose. He kept picking his nose. Removing, he kept, shit, how I'll do that? What is going on? What is the heck going on? He kept picking his nose. removing mucus from it with his finger. Removing mucus with his finger. Okay, let's see. 那我休息一下 Have a rest and have a rest.
Need would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing, and people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founder's own capital, and it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company, and then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that sort of can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it, and more capital on it, and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit, because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. They're like, Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game. They have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I wouldn't be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is sort of this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is sort of a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you would put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read up on Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. What are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. So that was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's basically throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. We're here to talk about wealth creation, and if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't have. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham basically said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what it looks like as an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated.
Okay, let me see. In one of the tweets from the cutting room floor, you wrote, "You will need to rent your time to get started. This is only acceptable when you are learning and serving. Preferable in a business or society that not yet know how to train people, and apprenticeship is the only one. And trying to learn something that people haven't quite figured out how to teach it. That can happen if you are working in a new and quickly expanding field. It was coming in fields that are circumstant where the detail matter, and it's always moving. Investing in one of those fields so is entrepreneurship. Chief of staff for a founder is one of the most coveted jobs for your young people. Start out in San Vegas when one of the greatest case will follow and pass around and do whatever her work is and to do. In many cases, the person is always overqualified. Multiple graduate, degree graduate, running this. The CEOs because they are most important at the moment. At the same time, that person gets to attend the most important meeting. They are private to all the and their trace. The founders transfer deck and they even knowledge that can only come from being in the room, coming out of college. One Buffett to want to work for and to learn to be values over free. He said, what that means is you have to make an approach up in the part of the chapter. If you can learn in their apprenticeship, not because you needed money, trying to issue in the context of a challenge and responsibility. Find the part of a job with steps learned through. Also, you want to evolve. You want to evolve repetitive. That's just betting. That's wasting time until your job is automatic. If you are embarrassed at the coffee shop, if you are embarrassed the coffee shop figure out how to make connection with the customer. Figure out how to innovate this service you offer and delight the customer. Manager, founder and owners will take notice. Develop a founder mentality. They harness them from any founder is finding employees with a founder mentality. This is a fancy way to say the career enough. People will say, well, I'm not the founder. I'm not being paid enough to care. Actually, you are. Actually, you are. The knowledge and skills you gain by developing a founder mentality set you up to be a founder down the line. That's your compensation. You can get a lot out almost any progression. You just have to put a lot into it. Okay, accountability is something you take immediately. We've discussed accountability, judgment, specific knowledge and knowledge. If I'm working in one job is specific knowledge, the one I should focus on. Never. Judgment takes judgment is okay. Judgment takes experience. It takes a lot of time to build up. You have to put yourself in position. You have to put yourself in position where you can exercise judgment. That will come from taking accountability. Leverage is something that society gives you after you demonstrated judgment. You can get it faster by learning high leverage skill like coding or working with the middle. There are promiscuous leverage. This is why more likely to do something. Make someone something more likely. Make someone something likely. That's why I'm encouraging people. Encourage people to learn code or product manager, even if it's just night and week. Even if it's just nights and weekends. So judgment and leverage tend to come later. Accountability is something you can take on immediately. You can say, "Hey, I'm taking charge. I'm taking charge of this thing. That nobody wants to take charge of. Hey, I'm taking charge of this. I'm taking charge. What meaning of this? Shit. I like it. Oh, I like this. Charge. Peak. Occupant. Blackpink. Oh, I like it. I like it. Let me see. Charge. Told father. Make an effort. Sector. If I don't sector. Disregard. No care. Okay, let me see. Pick. Content. I want to say charge. Money. Okay. That. Accused for participant. Make a formal statement. Let me see. I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take charge of. Accused for. Move forward. I'll take charge. Move forward. To move forward quickly and violently. Extremely. To move forward. I expect toward something that has caused difficulty or anger. Okay? The ball. Okay. Hey, I'll take charge of this thing, and nobody wants to charge it. When you take on accountability, you are also publicly putting your leg on the copy block. So you have to deliver. I'll take charge of this thing. I'll take charge of this thing that nobody wants to take care of it. When you take on accountability, you are also publicly putting your leg on chopping block. So you have a deliver. Okay. When you take on accountability, you are also public putting your leg on the chop block. You building. Even if you just nights and weekends, even if you just nights and weekends, this is why I encourage people to learn to code or produce the media, to move to media. You build a specific knowledge by taking accountability for things that other people don't know how to do it. Perhaps there are things you enjoy doing or are naturally inclining towards doing this way, doing anyway. Even you work in a factory. Even you work in a factory. if you work in a factory, the hardest thing may be raising capital to keep the factory running. Maybe that's what the owner is always stressed out about. You might notice this and think, I'm good at balancing. I'm good at balancing my checkbook and have a good head for numbers. But I haven't reasoned before. You offer to help and become the owner's sidekick. So there are fundraising problem. If you have a natural aptitude and take on accountability. You can put yourself in a position to learn quality before now. You become the heir apparent. Earlier, find things that interesting you, and allow you to take on accountability. Don't worry about short-term compensation. Compensation comes when compensation comes when you are tired of waiting for it and have given up on it. This is the way the whole system works. If you take on accountability and solve problem on the edge of knowledge that others can't solve, people will line up behind you. The leverage will came. Specific knowledge can be timely or timeless. Specific knowledge can be timely or timeless. There are two forms of specific knowledge: timely and timeless. There are two forms. Timeless to exist. If you become a world-class expert in the machine learning, just take off and you figure out what meaning of this. Figure out. Number. The simple number or amount. Figure out. Figure out numbers. If you figure out figure number. The symbol word for number or amount expressed. Can you read this figure? If this figure is this 3, is it or 3 or an 8? 3 and 8. Write the amount in both words and figure. He earned or 6 figure. The same salary. He earned or amount for money with 6 fingers. The symbol for number or an amount expressed in numbers. The employment rate is now in dollar figure. This shape of the human body or a person. I could say too tall. Figure out. I was figure out that you're beneath. But figure out a woman body shape pictures. Please picture. To express or think that something will happen. I figure this. I figure you'd want to rest after you travel. I figure you have. We figured you'd want to rest. Trip. Figure. Appear. To be. Appear. Take part or be including something. Figuring. Their names did not figure in the list of funniest. They named that Venice and intimidation. I figured prominent in achieving the images. Well, no figure. To calculate an account. To calculate an account. Early on, find things that interest you, and now you will take accountability. Don't worry about short. Okay, if you take on part and solve like figure. Okay, so make something happen. Make something completely happen. Okay, solve problem on the edge. Solve. So I will solve it. I will figure out. Whoa! It's interesting. Shit. Okay, then what? Let's figure out. Okay. Alright. So to find an answer to a problem. It's a problem. To solve a mystery. To find an answer to a problem. Find an answer to a problem. Solve a problem. Okay. 休息10分钟。OK。靠，手好疼，今天不能做。Fun problem. It's fun.我现在怎么想？ Even if I encourage, that's why even if I encourage. If I tell you about something, you can't encourage me. I figure out that I can't tell you about this. That makes me hurtful. That makes me less than forced. That makes me forced. 当然有保险不同，但是 okay, this word is not normal, but I think it's too mean for okay. Nothing. 那个有点，我很喜欢那样，因为我们这个介绍。那这个可以念的。
So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying like no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. If you have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange on any one of them, the whole stool's gonna fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They work with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People will work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nivi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I basically won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal failing, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace. I have no rest. I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when you're exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people in it sitting around a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nivi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nivi and I for a meeting, coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, we don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to basically respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you, let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to
a pick flower. He kept picking his nose. He kept picking his nose, removing mucus from it with his finger. Okay, he kept picking his nose. When you pick a flower or fruit, you take them off a plant. When you pick flowers or fruit, you take them off a plant or tree. When you pick flowers or fruit, you take them off a plant. When you pick flower or fruit, you take them off a plant. You take them. Remove. When you pick flowers or fruit, you take them off a plant or tree. They were picking strawberries. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. They were picking strawberries. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. 12 hours a day. Okay. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours. 12 hours a day. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. I picked some roses. I picked some roses this morning. 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 They were picking strawberries for 12 hours a day. I picked some roses this morning. Pick some machines picking the fruit. Pick something machines picking the fruit. Pick some machines picking the fruit. Okay, pick something machines picking the fruit. To remove meat from the bones. To remove meat from the bones of a bird or animals. Okay. I picked some roses this morning. Pick something machines picking the fruit from the trees. To remove meat from the bones of a bird or animals. To remove meat from the bones. Okay. To remove meat from the bones of a bird or animal. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously picking chicken. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously picking chickens. Okay, in the kitchen, Maya was laboriously picking chickens. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously picking chickens. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously picking chicken. Okay, to remove meat from. In the kitchen, Maya was laborious. So, to find an answer, to find an answer to a problem. Honest. Telling the truth, I was honest. Damn, I was honest. I can honestly say what I can honestly say that. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow. I promise that I will do. I'll do it tomorrow. Honestly. I'm kidding. I'm persist. You can persist. The particular importance or attention that is given to something, countries, libraries. Shit. Oh, go on. Libraries. The particular importance or attention that is given to something. Okay. Libraries. In a way that needs a lot of time and effort. In the kitchen, Maya was. I wrote out the numbers by hand. That needs a lot of time and effort. Okay, let me say. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously picking chickens. Okay. In a way that needs a lot of time and effort. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously picking chickens. I store the meat. And through the pig. In the kitchen, Maya was laboriously made to in a way that needs a lot of time and effort. In a way that needs a lot of time and effort. Okay. I store the meat and through the picked carcass skin. The body of a dead animal, especially a large one that is soon to be cut up as meat or eaten. Wild animals. The body of the dead animals, especially a large one that is soon to be cut up as meat or eaten by wild animals. Carcass. In store meat, and through pick the carcass skin and into the skin, and so pick the carcass skin into the pot with water and some vegetables, and through the pick carcass to remove meat for bones and burns. Okay, this means. And through skin into and through pick the carcass into the pot with water and some vegetables, The carcass had been picked clean. The carcass had been picked clean. The carcass had been picked clean. All the flesh had been removed by other animals and birds. By other animals, okay. The carcass had been picked clean by other animals. Okay, all the flesh had been removed. All the flesh. What is flesh? Flesh. Oh my God, Jesus. Flesh. The soft part of the body, the soft of the body of a person or animal that is between this skin and the bones. Of the soft inside part of the fruit or what? Flesh. The carcass had the carcass had been picked clean by other animals and birds. All the flesh had been removed. Okay. The carcass had been picked clean. The carcass by other animals. Birds. The carcass had been picked clean by other animals and birds. Despite the fact that she without taking any notice or being influenced by, not prevented by, without taking any notice or being influenced by, not prevented by, without taking any notice or being influenced by, not prevented by, despite. I'm still enjoying the week despite the weather. Without taking care of notice or being influenced by, not prevented by. Without taking any notice or being influenced or without being influenced by, without being influenced by. Perfect. Current effect. Not prevented by. Although without being influenced by, without influenced by. Okay, okay. She walked home by herself, although she knew that it. Okay, she walked home by herself, although she knew that it was dangerous. She walked home. She walked home by herself, although she knew that it was dangerous. He decided to go, although I begged him not to. She walked home by herself, although she knew that it was dangerous. He decided to go, although I begged him not. He decided to go, although I begged him not to. She walked home by herself, although she knew that it was dangerous. He decided to go, although I begged him not to. Despite the fact that she walked home by herself, although she knew that it was dangerous, he decided to go, although I begged him not to. Although I begged him not to. He decided to go, although I begged him to. Although I begged him to. Although I begged him to. He decided to go, although I begged him not to. But his rather shy, although he's not as bad as he used to be. He's rather shy, although he's not as bad as he used to be. She'll become polite, although I don't know exactly when. She'll become polite, although I don't know exactly when. For example, mysteriously, the night comes. Mysteriously, weird, like similar word, mysteriously. Mysterious. Mysterious. In a way that is strange, not known. In a way that is strange, not known, or not understood. Okay? In a way that is strange, not known, or understood. Not understood. Okay, perhaps and perhaps not. She said. Perhaps or and perhaps and perhaps not. Perhaps and perhaps not. She said mysteriously. The night came on. Although no one was near the switch. Although no one was near the switch. The woman mysteriously vanished. Mysteriously. The night came on. Although no one was near the switch. The switch. Okay. Off on. Okay. I have the greatest. I have the greatest respect. I have the greatest respect for his idea. Although I don't agree with them. I have the greatest respect for his idea. Although I don't agree with them. I don't agree with them. They won the war. Although it cost them millions of lives. They won the war. Although it cost them millions of lives. They won the war. Although it cost them millions of lives. They won the war. Although it cost them millions of lives. In the final measures stumbled. In the final state, stumbled. In the final state, measures stumbled. Walk down, stumble. Stumble. Walk to step awkward while walking. Okay, fall. Begin to fall. Were to running and fall or begin to fall. Fall and fall. Running and fall or began to fall. To step awkwardly while walking or running and fall or begin to fall. To step awkwardly while walking or running and fall or began running and fall or began to fall. Okay. In the final state, mirrors stumbled and through. What should I? And the other. In the final state, Mayor stumbled, and the other he didn't fall, and the other he didn't fall and fall it. In the street, and the other he didn't fall it was enough to lose him in the first place. Okay, in the final state, Mayor stumbled, and the other he didn't fall it was enough to lose him first place. Fall it, and although he didn't fall it was enough to lose him first place.对于我说，我没有可信力，让座全是对我说，我说是空调，飞不上去。Add 8，哦，我喜欢过。At 84. Okay, 如果我喜欢选这些，我选这些。如果我上次看穷的时候，我对这些4D，对这些上次看我的那个高度，所以如果我发现at 84 he's still quite active, but At 84 he's still quite active. At 84 he's still quite active, although he walked with the aid of a stick. Okay. At 84 he's still quite active. Although he walks with the aid of a End of a stick. End of a stick. Help or support. He walks with the aid of a stick. Okay. At 84, he's still quite active. Although he walks with the aid of a stick. Ironic. Charge. Move forward. And Lord is charged. Move forward quickly and violently. Move forward quickly and then move forward quickly. Like this. Charge. Move forward. To hurry from one place to hurry from another. Sector. Economic in the financial sector. Bank and insurance companies have both lost a lot of money. In the financial. A calculate, shambles, bad occlusion, shamble, calculate, adverse, to make something known generally in public, especially where to panic, sudden storm failure, rage. So provide supply to give someone something that so neighbors that is a lot of time. Figure out number. evidence, facts, information, documents that give reason to believe that something is true. First, telling the truth will be able to trust and not like evidence, facts, information, documents that give reason to believe that something is true. Something true. Numbers. Calculus. The body of the date. The body of a date animal, especially in large one that is soon to be caught up as meat or eaten by wild animals. Flesh. Incomplete. Total. Okay, now ironically, in a way that is strange or funny because of it being difficult from what you. Okay, ironically, in a way that is strange or funny because of being very different from what you would expect. Ironically, you know what that is interesting. Ironically, this technology. Ironically, these technological tools. Ironically, these technological. Ironically, this technology. Ironically. Technological. Ironically, these technological tools that were supposed. Ironically, these technological tools that were supposed to narrate tools were supposed to liberate us. This technology supposed duty to be duty or responsible. Okay. Ironically, these technological tools and were to liberate us have left us work longer than have left us working longer hours than ever. That were supposed. These technological tools that were supposed to be intended. Barrel. A person that you are going to marry. No, not this. Intent. To have as a pronoun purpose. To have the children have proposed. Supposed. That word be should be to to have a duty or responsibility. Have duty or have a duty responsibility. Have a duty or responsibility. To have a duty or a responsibility. Duty is supposed to have a duty or a responsibility to. Okay, to have a duty or a responsibility to. To have a duty or responsibility to. And availability. These technological tools that were supposed to liberate us have left us working longer hours than ever. Ironically, these technological tools that were supposed to liberate us have left us working longer hours than ever. In a way that suggests you mean the opposite. Suppose duty. To think that something is negligent. To think that something is negligent. Think likely. Suppose. Opposite. Different company different. Completely different. In a word that suggests you mean the opposite of what you are saying, or are not serious, or not a serious. In a way that suggests you mean the opposite of what you are saying, or are not serious. The tone of the novel is incongruent. The tone of the experienced way of the novel is incongruous in Maxim's life. Is incongruous comic. Okay, the tone of the novel is ironically comic. She smelled ironically. The tone of the novel is ironically comic. She smelled ironically. Many of the country voices concerns ironically many of the country's voices concerns. Including many of the country voice concern about the end of the cold argue 40 said that they should be abolished. They should be abolished. They should be abolished. Many of the country device concern worry. To cause concern, worry. certain concern, worry about, concern, voice verb, and quoting, to fix limited amount of number, limited
Argue.
To speak angry to someone, telling that person that you agree with. Okay. Should be. Okay. What? Okay. Ironically, many of the counted voices currency about the end of they should be. Just go quick. The end of the quote that they should be obvious. Abolished. To end an activity. To end. They should be abolished. 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 To end an activity. To end an activity. To end an activity. Work casting. Or efficiently. To end an activity or customer efficient. I think bill fighting should be abolished. To end. Okay, word about the end. That they should be. About and for kids. Many of the counted voice control about the end of the quote argument for the kids that they should be abolished. The end of the act. Ironically, suppose think like me. Think like me. They should be. I suppose. Published. Ironic. Supposed. Ironic. Ironically, actually many of the trees were about. About the arrogant. Okay. disagree. Okay. To and published. Disagree, to speak angry to someone. Okay, argue for. Okay. Ironically, many of the countries. She is me. Ironically. Really interesting, strange. Why you are weird? But funny because of the different what you speak. What do you expect? Ironically, many of the countries voice concerns about the end of the Cold War for decades that they should be abolished. End of the activity. They beat succeed. Ironically, because of his rivals. 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 Attempt to stop. They beat succeed. Ironically, because of his rivals. Steps to stop it. They better succeed. Ironically, because of his rivals' attempt obvious to end an activity. Attempt to try to do something, especially something difficult. For his rivals. Okay, they beat succeed. Ironically, because of his rival, because of his rivals' attempt to stop it. Another word I write was meant ironically. Fake Christmas, not real. Fake Christmas tree. Tree were seen as ironically track to be best in quality. At the best, tracking, fake, not real. Tracking, lower quality of cheap quality were in bad style. Lower quality. Cheap quality were in bad style. Fake Christmas was seen as smells track at best. Incredible. Okay. Difficult to believe. Used for saying that something as very difficult to believe. Incredible. No one was hurt in the accident. Incredible. No one was hurt in the accident. Okay. Incredible. Difficult to believe. Used for saying that something is very difficult. Very difficult to believe. Ironically, no one was hurt in the accident. For example, we missed out fight bad. We missed out fight bad. Incredibly, gather on time. We missed out flight bad. we missed out Fred, but incredibly got there on time. His car turned over and cut. His car turned over and cut on fire. His car turned over and cut on fire, and yet. Not yet. Until now. His car turned over and caught on fire, and yet, incredibly, he escaped unscathed. Escaped. Oh my God! But Jesus! Quickly, hurry! Come on, computer. Yeah, computer. Ironically,看一下。Ironically. Ha 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 ha. Cut down. Ha 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 ha. Cut down. Increase. Oh,靠！ What's wrong with that? Oh, Jesus. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even on the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it, until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least two or three at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition, because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't, and our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are, or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer. The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products that they create are authentic to their desires and their means. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would faze Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. You know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on the unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance. You have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate towards the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else with that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. Yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it, but also you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission, and worst case, you get some ideas from them, and there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way, and it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they are often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game, you're going to win a stupid prize, and it's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Epinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in a local restaurant than it is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and NextTag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in a competition with a bunch of our peers. When really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
Okay. It got turned out. Escape. He is okay. Escaped. Let me see. Have getting free. Okay. Getting free. Escape. Stay away from. Get free or something, or away from something. Okay. Sketch. Without in charge. Yes, okay. He escape, or stay away from something. Without injuries, or damage being caused, without injury, without okay. He escaped unscathed. His car turned over and caught on fire, and yet incredible. He escaped unscathed. Extreme. He was incredibly rich. He was incredibly rich. Angry, quick. He was incredibly rich. Incredibly not followed the flash. Okay, I was incredibly rich. I was incredibly rich. I was incredibly rich. I know. I incredibly not followed the flash. 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 Jeez. Flash, shiny side flash. I incredibly loud followed the flash. Okay, what actually mechanical bomb fireflies. Without the Egypt was incredibly romantic country. This cover is incredibly smooth and rich. My aunt is incredibly weak. My aunt is really weak. Not forget something. Not clear. My aunt is incredibly vague. She can never remember where she's left things. He's overweight and bald, and yet somehow he's incredibly attractive. He's overweight and bald. He's overweight and bald, and yet somehow he's incredibly active. Have sexual make other people like. Okay, their shows are always incredibly cap and flamboyant. Flamboyant. Okay, let me see. Attractive. Were present in appearance, were sent. Camp. Flamboyant. People were confident in your behavior and likely to be noticed by other people. For example, because of the way you dress, talk. Were confident in your behavior and likely to be noticed. Those shows are always incredibly camp and flamboyant. Their shows incredible. Unlikely to be noticed by other people, unlikely to be noticed. Number incredible. You're the first saying that something is very difficult to believe. Their shows are always incredible. Works. Flamboyant. Campbell and Their shows are always incredibly camp and flamboyant. We thought that Egypt that Egypt was an incredibly romantic country. This cafe is incredibly smooth and rich. My aunt is incredibly wild. She can never remember where she lived. She can never remember she was back.
So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe you make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, yeah, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's who the How to Get Rich tweet storm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understandings, realizations, half-truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationships. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problem. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you. That's their get-rich-quick scheme. It's not going to necessarily work for you. One of the things about this whole Tweetstorm and podcast is that we don't have ads on here. We don't charge for anything. We don't sell anything. Not because I don't want to make more money. It's always nice to make more money. We're doing work here. But because it would completely destroy the credibility of the enterprise. If I'm saying, hey, I know how to get rich and I'm going to sell that to you, it ruins it. When I was young and I was kind of studying up on the topic, one of my favorite books on the topic was actually called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis, the founder of Maxim magazine, billionaire who passed away. And he had a lot of crazy stuff in there, but he had some really good insights too. But whenever I read something by him or by the GoDaddy founder, Bob Parsons, or say Andrew Carnegie, you read stuff by people who are already very wealthy and they've clearly made their wealth in other fields, not by selling the how to get rich line, they have credibility. You just trust them. And they're not trying to make money off of you. They are obviously trying to win some status and some ego, right? You always have to have a motivation for doing something. But at least that is a cleaner reason why they're probably not lying. They're probably not fooling you. They're not snowing you. At some level, every founder has to lie to every employee of the company that they have, where they have to convince them that it's better for you to work for me than it is to do what I did and go work for yourself. So I've always had a hard time with that, which is why the only honest way in my companies, I've recruited entrepreneurs. And I tell them, you're going to get to be entrepreneurial in this company. And the day you're ready to go start your own next thing, I'm going to support you. I'm never going to get in the way of you starting a company, but this can be a good place for you to learn how to build a good team and build a good culture, how to find product market fit, to perfect your skills and meet some amazing people while you figure out exactly what it is you're going to do, because positioning, timing, deliberation are very important when starting a company. But what I've never been able to do is look them in the face and say, you must be at your desk by 8 a.m. because I'm not going to be at my desk by 8 a.m. I want my freedom. Or say to them that you're great at being a director today and you'll be a VP tomorrow, putting them into that career path track, because I don't believe in it myself. If anyone is giving advice on how to get rich and they're also making money off of it, they should have made their money elsewhere. Like, you don't want to learn how to be fit from a fat person. You don't want to learn how to be happy from a depressed person. So you don't want to learn how to be rich from a poor person, but you also don't want to learn how to be rich from somebody who makes their money by telling people how to be rich. It's suspect.
Anytime you see somebody who's actually gotten rich following some guru's advice on getting rich, just remember that in any random process, if you run it long enough and enough people participate in it, you will always get every single possible outcome with probability 1.
There's a lot of random error in there, and then also this is why you have to absolutely and completely ignore business journalists and economists, academics, when they talk about private companies. I won't even name names, but like when a famous economist rails on Bitcoin, or when a business journalist attacks the latest company that's IPOing, it's complete nonsense. Those people have never built anything. They're professional critics. They don't know anything about making money. All they know is how to criticize and get page views, and you're literally becoming dumber by reading them. You are burning neurons. I'll leave you with a quote from Nassim Taleb that I like, where he said, if you want to be a philosopher king, first become a king and then become a philosopher, not first become a philosopher and then become a king.
I'm glad you brought up Taleb, because I was going to finish this by saying just remember the title of his first book, which is Fooled by Randomness.
One of the reasons why we're a little vague in this podcast is because we're trying to lay down principles that are timeless, as opposed to just giving you the winning lottery ticket numbers from yesterday.
You summarized this entire tweet storm with 2 words: productize yourself.
Productize and yourself. Yourself has uniqueness. Productize has leverage. Yourself has accountability. Productize has specific knowledge. Yourself also has specific knowledge in there. So all of these pieces, you can combine them into these 2 words. Whenever you're doing anything in business, if you're looking towards the long term of getting wealthy, you should ask yourself, is this authentic to me? Is it myself that I am projecting? And then, am I productizing it? Am I scaling it? Am I scaling with labor, or with capital, or with code, or with media? So it's a very handy, simple mnemonic. I mean, what is this podcast? This is a podcast called Naval. I'm literally productizing myself with a podcast.
You want to figure out what you're uniquely good at, or what you uniquely are, and apply as much leverage as possible. So making money isn't even something you do. It's not a skill. It's who you are stamped out a million times.
Making money should be a function of your identity and what you like to do. Another tweet that I really liked was, this was not mine, somebody else put this up. It said, find 3 hobbies, one that makes you money, one that keeps you fit, and one that makes you creative. I would change that slightly. So I would say one that makes you money, one that makes you fit, and one that makes you smarter. So in my case, my hobbies would be reading. Making money is I love working with startups, either investing in them, brainstorming them, starting them. I just love that ideation and initial creation phase around startups. And then on the hobby that keeps you fit, I don't really have one. Closest thing I have is yoga, but that's where I sort of fell apart. And I think people who early in life discover something like surfing or swimming or tennis or some kind of a sport that they continue doing throughout most of their life are very lucky, because they found a hobby that will make them fit.
Ah, shit. I'm tired. Exhausted. 半小时，哎，我累了，可是我累了。Also, I'm tired. I want to more, but I'll do more. Also, I'm tired. Jesus. Party decoration hung from the ceiling. Okay, the curtains are hung in thick fold. 这样 thick fold。可是我累了呀。
The cynics, the pessimists, they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so.
Okay, the curtains hang in thick fold. 全忘了 I forgot everything. I forgot most everything. Jeez, I forgot. I almost everything words means deafness. Oh shit. Pig family, arcprint, flamboyant. Okay, decoration. Let me think. Hung. To fasten or support something at the top, leaving the other parts free to move, or to be held in this way. To fasten, hung, hard to decrease. Yet, even now, until now. 好家伙，女中豪杰，所以就是 party， 本质就是这个。Decoration. Decoration make attractive. Okay, party attractive. Hung from the same. Okay, party decorations hung from the same. Okay, I remember this. What's remember this? Curtain. 人用太过火 curtain. The curtain hung in thick fold. The curtain hung in thick fold. Coat. 那就不要这一天了，这一天就踢出去。这一天我就踢出去。Embarrass. 4月。 I'm third. Current was known to sing. Hey. Code. Current. I'm third. Current. Decrease in thick fold. Bend. To bend something, especially paper or cloth, so that one part of its line on the other part, or to be able to be bent in this way. To bend something. Oh, fold. To bend something, especially paper or clothes, so that one part of it lies on the other part, or to be able to end in this way. To bend something, especially paper or clothes, so that one part of it lies on the other parts, or to be able to be bent in this way, or to be able to be this way, to be this way. Fold. Okay, let me see. One part of shit. Part of fold. The curtains hang in thick fold. The curtains hang in thick fold. Hang your coat and hat. Hang your coat and hat on the rack over there. Rack over there. Okay, hang your coat and hat on the rack over there. A frame of shelf, often formed of bars. That is used to hold things. Finest. Many of his finest pictures hung in the National Gallery. Finest. Many of his finest pictures hung in the National Gallery. finest. Many of his finest pictures hung in the National Gallery. Okay, if you hang wallpaper. Okay. Hang your coat and hat on rack over there. Hang your coat and hat on the rack over there. Hang your coat and hat hang your coat and hat on the rack over there. On the rack over there. Hang your coat and hat on the rack over there. Many of his finest pictures hung the National Gallery. Many of his finest. Okay, hang your coat and hat on the rack over here. Hang your coat and hat on the rack over here. Many of his finest pictures. Many of his finest pictures. Many of his finest pictures. Many of his finest pictures hung the National Gallery. Okay, many of his finest pictures in the National Gallery.我就像有。Many of his finest pictures hung in the National Gallery. So continue das. Many of his finest pictures hung in the National Gallery. Many of his finest pictures hung in the National Gallery. Okay, many of the finest pictures hang in the National Gallery. Attached. Which is attached to attached to something to maximum one or something very much. Attached to the wall so that they can be seen. Okay, many of his finest pictures hang. Many of his finest pictures hang. Okay, and are attached to the so that they can be seen. So that are attached to the so that they can be seen. Are attached to the so that they can be seen. Are attached to the so that they can be seen. So that are attached to the so that they can be seen. Many of his finest pictures hang in the National Gallery. Are attached to the wall. Okay, are attached to the attached to the so that they can be seen. Are attached to the so that they can be so that they can be seen. Are attached to the wall. Are attached to the wall. Are attached to the so that they can be seen. Are attached to the wall so that they can be seen. Are attached to the so that they can be seen. In the National Gallery. Many of his finest pictures. Many of his finest pictures hang in the National Gallery. Okay, are attached to the so that they can be seen. Are attached to the so that they can be seen. Okay, many of his finest pictures many of his finest pictures hang in the National Gallery. Are attached to the vowel are attached to the R so that they can be seen. Okay, yes. If you hang wallpaper, so you fix it to the R. If you hang vegetable to something on the top, leaving the others for it to know. So that could okay. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. You fix it to the R. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. You fix it to the wall. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. To hang up a bird or animal. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste. Okay. To hang up a bird or animals after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a strong taste, have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way, or to be hung up in this way. Okay. Look forward. I'm looking forward to what happened. Look forward. I was looking forward. Sam and Gail combine them and do something. Sam with his tea and to do that things. Okay. To hang up a bird or animals after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way, or to be hung up in this way. To have a strong taste, or to be hung up in this way. To hang up a bird, okay? If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Okay, to hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way, to hang up a bird, okay? To hang up a bird or animals, to hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat okay, in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. or to be hung up in this way. Hung up in this way. Okay, let me see. Or to hang up in this way. Or to hang up in this way. To hang up a bird or animals after killing it. After killing it in order to make the meat relax. In order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste. Or to be hung up in this way. Let me think. Let me consider. I was looking for the 2 months later. To hang up a bird or animal. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it. In order to make the meat relax. In order to make the meat relax and have and in order killing it. In order to make the meat relax. In order to make the meat relax. In order to make the meat relax and stronger and have a stronger taste. Or to be hung up in this way. Or to be hung up in this way. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it. In order to make the meat relaxed. Have a stronger taste, or hang up in this way, or to be hung up in this way. Okay, let me see. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make meat relax, make meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way, or to be hung up in this way. Make it in order to make the meat, relax. Okay. To hang up a bird or okay, let me think. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be okay, or to be hung up in this way, okay, have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Okay, hanging meat is really important to the quality of the meat and the first stage of food. Butchery for the butchery. Okay, listen and read the repeat relax. Not speak anymore. Not say anymore. Listen my words. I practice my English. You just listen my words. Okay. Let me see. Recession. How to test whether the wanted is caused by cerebral carnation or white noise. Need arcade. Suppose test. Think like me. Suppose testing the exchange route or I'm practicing my English. You just listen and okay, I'm practicing my English. You just listen my words and read back it, not say information. Okay, begin. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Okay, that's it.
To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. That's a clear explanation. Are you looking for a specific term related to this process?
Okay, that's over.
All right, feel free to continue practicing, or if there's anything else you'd like to discuss, just let me know.
Can you read it again?
Sure, here it is again. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about this process?
I like your voice, so I want you read it twice, okay?
Of course. I'm glad you like it. Here's the sentence again. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to hear or discuss.
Okay, I want you read that words 2 times, okay? 2 times. 1 time and 1 time, okay?
Absolutely. I'll read it twice for you. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Feel free to ask if you need anything else.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. If you ever need assistance or want to practice more, just reach out. Have a great day.
Oh, I like it. Okay, I'm practicing my English. You just listen to my words and read back it. Not say information. Not say. Listen. Okay, begin. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Okay, that's it. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. Okay, let me see. Okay, that's over. Alright, can you read it again? Sure, here it is again. Okay, I like your voice, so I want to read it twice. Okay, I want you. Of course, I'm glad you like it. Here's the sentence again. Okay, let me know if there's anything else you'd like hear or discuss. Okay, I want you to read twice. Okay, two times. I want you to read that word 2 times. Okay, 2 times. Oh. Okay, so that's it. Thank you. Practice. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. Another example. Begin. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. That's it. That's over. If you hang wallpaper, you fix it to the wall. Another example. Again. To hang up a bird or animal after killing it in order to make the meat relax and have a stronger taste, or to be hung up in this way. That's it. That's over. Hung meat is running. Hung meat is running. Hung meat is running.前几天有篇文章，用1%后。哎，怎么是这样的？用1%后99%。Okay, I think that to come. A few words.
Why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational.
It's a start. Man, I sure miss Junior. Smash me tits. Smash me tits. Ross me. Smash mates. So you got there. I see you got. You ever figure out what that stands for? No, before. And tried this news tweeting thing, you know. I forget if I was answering the phone. People think I have